Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1671, A Minister Should Not Serve Two Masters. In his heart, Marin had a fierce ideological struggle. Seeing the gold coins, Marin wanted to make money. Moreover, the price offered by Louis XII was 1.2 pfennigs per pound, which was 20% higher than the grain price in Germany. However, thinking of the plan to take the opportunity to recruit people from France, Marin was shaken again. He knew very well that if Louis XII got enough food and quelled the natural disaster, the population he could recruit would be limited. After all, who would be willing to change their living environment easily if they could survive? In the agricultural era, not only the Chinese people loved their homes, but also the Europeans. Only in the 19th century, after the beginning of the industrial age, did the world's population migrate on a large scale. For example, in the United States, in the 17th and 18th centuries, the 13 states of North America had only 2 or 3 million people. But after entering the 19th century, with the advent of the industrial age, the scale of world population migration became larger and larger. In the mid to late 19th century, the number of immigrants each year was several million. Therefore, in this era, it is very difficult to get French farmers, especially self-employed farmers, to leave their land. Unless, they really can't survive. Obviously, as long as Marin sells grain to Louis XII, even if Louis XII cooks some very thin oatmeal with a bunch of sundries mixed in it. As long as they can survive by eating, most farmers will not be willing to leave their homes. Gradually, Marin is more inclined not to sell grain to Louis XII. But plans cannot keep up with changes. A bunch of nobles in the North Sea heard that Louis XII was willing to use real money to buy grain, and they all found Marin and wanted to sell grain. In the North Sea, although Marin monopolized half of the country's arable land, the other half was in the hands of various nobles and many soldiers in the army. Marin's grain was piled up and could not be sold, and the grain in the homes of the North Sea nobles was also piled up and could not be sold. Many North Sea nobles had a large backlog of old grain. The most serious thing is that after this year's harvest, many North Sea nobles' granaries could not hold new grain. Although they knew that France and the North Sea were not getting along well, the desire to deal with the backlog of grain still prompted many people to find Marin and ask to sell grain. Marin had a hard time speaking out at this time. He could only do but not say the idea of taking advantage of the natural disaster in France to recruit French farmers. Otherwise, Marin would become a thorn in the eyes of Louis XII. If he couldn't explain it clearly to his nobles, he couldn't stop them from selling grain. After thinking about it, Marin finally gave a reluctant reason. Louis XII bought grain, in addition to providing relief to the disaster area, but actually wanted to use it as military rations to invade the Swiss area occupied by the emperor. This reason was barely valid. After all, Marin started his career with the emperor. And the Germans, even if they were unhappy with the emperor, couldn't watch the French bully the emperor. In particular, many of the soldiers in Marin's army were recruited from the mountainous areas of the vassal states in southern Germany that were close to the emperor. The nobles of the North Sea Kingdom thought it made sense, so they discussed it together for a long time. But half a day later, they proposed a compromise plan to Marin, selling barely enough food for the victims in the disaster area in northeastern France, so that a batch of food could be sold in exchange for cash. At the same time, it can also prevent the French from using excess food for military purposes. Although Marin was not very happy in his heart, he couldn't say that he had his eyes on the French disaster victims. In desperation, he had to agree to the nobles to sell enough food to France for millions of disaster victims to eat for several months. In terms of the low standard of drinking porridge every day, he agreed to sell 30 million pounds of food to France. According to the standard of 1.2 pfennigs per pound, it is worth 36 million pfennigs, worth 600,000 gold coins. Louis XII was a little dissatisfied. Why was it so little? He did want to take the opportunity to purchase a batch of military rations. However, Marin tried his best to stop him, so that Louis XII could only buy so much. In order to appease his nobles, Marin even gave up his share of grain sales and gave all the benefits to his men. But privately, Marin asked Kohler to quietly write down the names of the nobles who danced the most happily in a small notebook. Marin believed that these nobles who danced the most happily were suspected of having secret dealings with France. To put it another way, even if there was no secret communication with France, it was not very reliable to be so greedy for money. After all, the relationship between the North Sea Kingdom and France was not good, which many people knew. Is there a problem with selling grain to the French so actively for disaster relief? As a result, Kohler sent someone to investigate privately, and he really found out the problem. Two of the nobles who shouted the most were indeed in collusion with the French. Of course, they did not surrender to the French, but accepted bribes from the French and spoke for the French. Marin immediately crossed out these two people in his little notebook. Of course, it was not appropriate to deal with them at the moment. Moreover, their crimes were not considered serious crimes in this era. However, Marin always had a way to deal with them. In the future, he would find an excuse. Fortunately, these two people were civil servants, not military generals. Otherwise, Marin would be so nervous that he couldn't sleep. In fact, in this era, it was normal for nobles to be bought by other countries. Most of the nobles in this era were greedy. As long as they were bribed and the matter was not serious, they would accept it. But Marin came from China, and the Chinese people pay attention to either left or right, either good or evil, and sometimes they are very serious about standing in line. So Marin was so angry. But in this era, there are actually many nobles who collude with foreign countries. Many European nobles of this period, the eldest son serves this king, and the second son may serve the monarch of the king's mortal enemy. These nobles are like the ancient Chinese families. The interests of the family are supreme, and they don't care whether you are a monarch or not. Only those generals who were later promoted from the civilians by Marin were educated by Marin's loyalty of one minister does not serve two masters from the beginning, so they did not have the habit of double-faced. And the two bought nobles were actually the old nobles of the vassal states occupied by Marin who later surrendered to Marin. They still maintain the old habit of betting on many sides. Seeing that France is powerful, although they did not surrender to the past, they would not draw a clear line with France. Marin is also very helpless about this old habit of betting on many sides of the traditional European nobles. He couldn't use this reason to deal with those nobles, and the North Sea Kingdom did not openly turn against France. They were not an enemy country, so they could not be convicted at all. In order to change the nobles' ideas, Marin could only count on the next generation. So, Marin ordered to reform the teaching methods of the noble schools, and change the noble schools to a boarding system, and no longer allow walking. At the same time, Marin ordered the teachers and instructors in those schools to make great efforts to educate the noble children on the loyalty of one minister does not serve two masters. They stay in school for 5 days out of 7 days a week, which is more contact with their parents. In this way, there is enough time to change the thinking of those noble children. If they can't change it after such hard education, and still maintain the bad habit of double-dealing, don't blame Marin for giving up on them. After all, no monarch wants his ministers to be double-dealing. Chapter 1672, Loan Sharks and Steamed Seeds. Marin was originally troubled by the two-facedness of his old-school nobles, but after thinking about it from another angle, Marin laughed. What was he laughing at? It turned out that Marin suddenly remembered that since the old-school European nobles were used to being two-faced and mostly greedy, did it mean that he could also use this weakness to bribe the nobles of the enemy country? The more Marin thought about it, the more he got the upper hand, and he finally became happy. Through thinking, Marin believed that Louis XII bought these grains back not because he really wanted to save the people, but to prevent the refugees in the disaster area in the northeast from rebelling. The peasants are usually honest and can be deceived, but if they really can't survive, they will also rise up. Once the peasants launch an uprising, the government will need to spend huge manpower and material resources to suppress it, and it will cost a lot. For example, the Qing dynasty spent 200 million taels of silver to suppress the White Lotus Rebellion. During the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, it cost more than 2 million taels of silver just to deal with the rebellion of Yang Yinglong in Guizhou, southwest China. Therefore, what Louis XII feared was not that the people would live poorly, but that the government would spend too much to suppress the uprising after they revolted. Moreover, the 30 million pounds of grain he purchased was not enough for disaster relief. After all, the total number of victims was 1 or 2 million, and even if each person only ate half a pound of grain a day, it would only be enough for 1 or 2 months. And it would take at least half a year for the victims to survive until the autumn harvest next year, and this amount of grain was not enough. However, with these 30 million pounds of grain, Louis XII only needed to put on a posture of all-out disaster relief and give the victims some thin drinks to quickly calm people's hearts. Even if not everyone could eat it, seeing the disaster relief, most people would settle down and wait for a miracle to happen. Of course, Louis XII would definitely not use only this little food for disaster relief, and would definitely mobilize food from other places. As long as the gesture was sufficient and gave the victims hope, the victims could be prevented from launching an uprising. Sure enough, Louis XII was mainly for show. He only bought 30 million pounds of food from the North Sea Kingdom, but he released the news that it was enough to buy enough food for the victims. After the news spread, the people in the disaster-stricken areas in northeastern France quickly settled down and waited for rescue at home. But how could Marin just watch Louis XII pass? After thinking that he could buy off the enemy nobles, Marin thought of a vicious plan. What plan? It is to take advantage of the disaster in northeastern France, unite the local bully nobles, take advantage of the fire, and push the victims into the fire pit. How to operate? This is actually very simple. The most basic operation is to take the opportunity to lend money at high interest rates. In this disaster season, the most lacking thing for the people is food. Without food, they will starve to death. At this time, if someone is willing to lend them food, even if the interest rate is very high, the people can't do anything. After all, at this time, it's good to have something to eat. However, how can Marin be kind? The way he gave the French people a loan was a usurious loan with compound interest. Usury is not uncommon in Europe. Generally speaking, these days, there are usury with an annual interest rate of 50%, and even in emergencies, there are emergency usury with an annual interest rate of twice. In a disaster year like this, it is completely normal for unscrupulous nobles to lend out usury at 2 or 3 times the annual interest rate. Marin is different. The solution he gave is a hidden usury with compound interest. The specific approach is to lend food to the people at a monthly interest rate of 15%. However, in the loan contract it is quietly stated that it is compound interest. This point is deliberately concealed and ignored when drafting the contract or described in a language that the farmers cannot understand, and then a long-term loan of 12 months is given, indicating that it will be repaid after 12 months. And how can those illiterate French farmers know how powerful it is? According to the non-compound interest calculation method, a monthly interest rate of 15% is only 1.8 times the annual interest, which is definitely a conscientious loan in a disaster year. However, if the monthly interest rate is 15% according to the compound interest calculation method, it will be 5.35 times the interest of the principal in a year. If this were put in ancient China, it would be considered conscientious usury. Why? It's not much to give more than 5 times the interest in a famine year. After all, Chinese farmers grow crops and the harvest ratio is as high as 1 to 10. However, in Europe in this era, it's a life-threatening thing. In this era, European farmers grow crops and the harvest ratio is generally between 1 to 3 and 1 to 5. The interest of 5.35 times is definitely beyond the limit that farmers can bear. What's more, these farmers have to pay rent. It is precisely because the harvest ratio of European farmers in this era is so low that the general usury interest will not exceed 3 times. If it exceeds 3 times, there is basically no possibility of paying it back. But Marin's goal is to make those disaster victims unable to pay it back. Originally, Marin planned to send people to lend usury with grain. However, considering that he has no roots in France and wants to collect debts without thugs. Therefore, if he wants to persecute French farmers, he can only join forces with local bully nobles to set up a trap to pit local farmers. Farmers, basically illiterate in this year, of course, are easy to pit. 1.15 to the 12th power, even a literate noble in this era may not be able to calculate it easily, let alone an uneducated peasant. If it were a businessman who was good at mathematics, Marin would not use such means. And this method was actually very normal in ancient China. Usury with several times the interest rate can be considered conscientious, and there are even more than 10 times. And the interest rate of more than 10 times is the legendary usury with compound interest. This kind of loan is similar to what Marin wants to do, taking advantage of the peasants' lack of education and using seemingly low monthly interest rates to attract loans. However, the interest will be compounded every month, and after a long time, the peasants can't pay it back. And the reason why those landlords engage in this kind of usury is mainly to annex land. When the self-cultivating farmers borrowed the usury with compound interest and couldn't pay it back, they had to use their own fields to pay off the debt. The landlords who lent money also achieved the goal of annexing land, and their families had more and more land. The ancient gentry class was very good at this trick. The Qingyao law, one of the reforms of Wang Engshi in the northern Song dynasty, proposed to use official loans to replace the usury of those landlords. Although the annual interest rate of official loans was as high as 40%, it was simply an angel compared to the interest of landlords who could easily be several times higher. But Wang Engshi's move also touched the interests of the big landlords, and was frantically counterattacked by the landlord class, and led to the failure of the reform. In these days, the local nobles in Europe still use the simple and direct loan method of 2 or 3 times the annual interest rate. Only the shrewd Jewish businessmen know how to use usury with compound interest. The main reason is that the cultural level of those local nobles is not high. Let them play with compound interest, I guess they can't even calculate it themselves. But this time, Marin plans to send a group of spies who are proficient in calculations and French to take the initiative to provide door-to-door services to help those greedy and vulgar French local nobles and help them cheat local farmers. Especially for those self-employed farmers, deliberately luring them into taking out loans and making them unable to pay back in the end. Then, there are the details of land annexation. Once the land is lost, those French self-employed farmers will lose the guarantee of survival. At that time, Marin can still recruit people. In addition to the vicious method of compounding interest, Marin also provided another vicious method, tampering with the seeds loaned to farmers. The specific method is to mix some steamed wheat into seeds and lend them to farmers. In this way, during the spring plowing, these unlucky farmers planted these problematic seeds, and the germination rate was naturally very low. When it comes to the autumn harvest, they will definitely not be able to pay back the usury, and they can only sell their land, or even sell their children. This evil method was seen in some place in Marin's previous life. However, that place steamed all the seeds, causing the farmers to have no harvest. However, Marin believes that steaming all the seeds is too obvious. The nobles also have to save face, and they will be criticized for being so obvious and so absolute. Replacing some seeds with steamed, dead seeds is more concealed. Seeing the seeds sprout, the farmers will not be suspicious, but will only think it is a natural disaster or something. But when the food is not enough to pay the debt, they will still be unlucky. In short, whether it is usury with compound interest or steaming some seeds, it is a means of harming the victims of the French disaster. Even if Louis XII is currently providing disaster relief to help most of the victims get through the difficult times, by the time of next autumn harvest, the hazards of usury and steamed seeds will erupt, and those French farmers will still be unlucky and have to go bankrupt and become refugees. At that time, it will also be a good time for Marin to recruit. Chapter 1673, Accepting the Italians. Although France began to liberate serfs in the 12th and 13th centuries, there are still many remnants of French serfdom. Historically, it was not until the mid-16th century that France basically completed the liberation of serfs. However, there are still a large number of remnants. Until the outbreak of the French Revolution, there were still millions of serfs in France. Of course, most of the remaining serfs during the French Revolution came from the land seized from the German region such as Lorraine, Alsace and Franche-Comté. After all, the German region did not solve the serfdom until the 19th century. But now, in addition to the 3 unobtained regions mentioned above, there are also many remnants of serfdom in other regions. The early 16th century was the last struggle of serfdom. However, this last struggle and last gasp was met with great resistance. For example, who among the feudal lords in France was willing to liberate their own serfs? After all, if serfs were used to work, most of the land income would belong to them, and they only needed to give the serfs very limited food and other living materials. If farmers were hired to work, not only would they have to take a lot of the share, but free farmers would not be under the command of the lords. If they want to do it, they can do it. If they don't want to do it, they can just leave. The French feudal nobles were naturally very unhappy about this. However, due to the law, they couldn't force the peasants to be serfs for them. Moreover, because of their low cultural level, the rural nobles in France really couldn't think of any conspiracy to deal with the peasants. But ancient China was different. Ancient China had been full of conspiracies since the Warring States period. Later, the big landlords were mostly literati with bad intentions. These people were very smart and good at using the rules to persecute peasants and rob their fields within the scope permitted by the law. The Europeans of the same period obviously lacked such wisdom. It was not until the 18th century that conspiracies became popular in Europe. But now, Marin introduced these conspiracies to these greedy French feudal nobles 300 years in advance, which immediately aroused their admiration and pursuit. Then, the two sides hit it off. Subsequently, those greedy nobles in northeastern France privately connected and unified the lending methods and profits. When facing farmers, they all adopted a compound interest loan model with a monthly interest rate of 15%, and the starting period was 12 months, which was 5.35 times the annual interest rate. Even the bishops and abbots of the local church were won over by them to form a united front to exploit farmers. Then, a mysterious merchant organization called the Paris Chamber of Commerce, actually it was created by the Paris branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, united most of the land nobles and abbots in the disaster area in northeastern France, and began to provide local farmers with usury without collateral. Moreover, the attitude was very good. Not only was the monthly interest rate low, but the disaster-stricken farmers who took out the loan did not have to rush to pay it back. Soon, a Jewish businessman in the Ardennes who was also a loan shark discovered the truth about the compound interest of this lending alliance. So he said it in public. But the next day, the whole family of this Jewish businessman was killed, and the food used for lending in the house was looted. Subsequently, the local judge hastily closed the case and announced that the family was killed by a hungry mob. After this happened, no businessman dared to stand up and accuse the lending alliance. Even merchants who were originally engaged in the lending business and had no background chose to flee the disaster area. Because they realized that if they got involved, they might lose their lives. In ancient times, when natural disasters broke out, criminal cases were also high. For stuttering, murders could happen anytime and anywhere. Moreover, it was also difficult to investigate cases at this time, and many cases were left unsolved. Because during the disaster period, the population flow was extremely large, and it was extremely difficult to investigate cases. In ancient times, there were no professional criminal police, let alone DNA identification and fingerprint recognition technology. In ancient times, investigations generally started with habitual criminals and then investigated the floating population. At the same time, look for eyewitnesses. But during the famine period, the population flow was extremely large, and the ancient police had extremely low ability to handle cases. Even many ancient police were gangsters recruited by the sheriff, so naturally they could not find anything. After all, they were not professional enough. In this chaotic period, the powerful nobles were naturally allowed to play freely. Soon, most of the victims borrowed food and seeds under deception. And the few who did not borrow were quietly reminded by those who cared. After all, some smart people who saw the problem dared not speak out, but they would definitely quietly remind their relatives and friends. But this did not affect the overall situation. Most of the local farmers did not know how to count, and no one dared to remind them, so they naturally jumped into the pit and could not extricate themselves. In fact, Marin not only took action in France, but also in Italy. Before, Marin had always looked down on Italians and did not want to accept Italian immigrants. However, since Felice became pregnant and asked for the title of Count of Uruguay for her unborn child, she openly expressed her intention to immigrate from Italy, which opened a window for Marin. Yes, Italians in later generations are indeed funny and unreliable. However, that is caused by Italian culture. If a colonial country with Italians as the main body is established, it is certainly unreliable. However, if a country with German culture as the main body in some Italians is established. In this era, there is no nationalism in Europe. In Italy, the Italians themselves are also accustomed to being divided into pieces, and they don't think Italy needs to be unified. In fact, in this era, not only did the Italians lack a unified national consciousness, but even in the German region, no one thought that Germany should be unified. Only an ambitious monarch like Maximilian I had the ambition to unify Germany. So, even if the Italians were unreliable, at most, they would let German culture replace their original culture. The first generation of Italian immigrants was not good, but after school education, the second generation of Italian immigrants should be able to do it. After several generations of education, the Italians became Germanized and were not so funny. In the final analysis, whether it was the funniness of the Italians in later generations or the various unreliable black uncles later, they were all determined by their unreliable cultural atmosphere. Just like the famous black President Obama in later generations, he grew up in a private school that cultivated elites in the United States since he was a child, and he was obviously much more rational than the average black person. Obviously, Comrade Obama was not influenced by the unreliable black culture, so he could achieve such achievements. Similarly, Italians are not stupid, but they are timid and cowardly because of cultural problems. But in terms of cultural level, Italians are actually no worse than other European countries. The real funny thing about them is fighting, not technology. You know, Italy's technology is actually very good. Not to mention the luxury cars such as Ferrari in later generations. Just Li Yunlong sentence, 2nd Battalion Commander, where is your Italian cannon, shows that Italy's technology level is still good. If Italians are asked to fight, it may not work, but when it comes to farming and developing science and technology culture, Italians are actually not bad. Chapter 1674, The Shocked Spanish Government and People. For Marin, what the American colonies need now is labor, not stupid labor. As for the source of soldiers, it is not important. After all, the Germans are enough to provide the required soldiers. What is needed to develop the American colonies is farmers, not soldiers. Although the Italians are not excellent warriors, their farming ability is stronger than that of the Germans. These days, the Italians are probably the best farmers in Europe, if Marin, the time traveler, is not counted. The Italians learned the cash irrigation technology of digging ditches and canals from the Arab region of the Middle East, and with the fertility of volcanic ash, they became the region with the highest grain production in Europe, also not counting the North Sea Kingdom. According to intelligence, the Golden Basin, in Sicily, because of the fertility of volcanic ash and advanced irrigation technology, has a wheat yield of more than 200 pounds per mu, making it one of the most important wheat-producing areas in Europe. Moreover, it is rich in durum wheat suitable for making pasta, which is very valuable. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Aragon, far away in the Iberian Peninsula, would not have traveled thousands of miles to occupy this treasure land. Although they also did not know how to use manure, the farming technology of the Italians was indeed much more sophisticated than that of the Germans. Although there were fewer plains than in Germany, the Italians relied on more sophisticated agricultural irrigation technology in favorable conditions such as volcanic ash soil to have a population of more than 10 million in the mountainous Italy. In contrast, Germany, not the entire German region, excluding Austria and Bohemia, but only the later German region, in the same period had a population of only more than 9 million. With such a large population, it is obvious that Marin's American colonies can provide enough labor. In fact, recruiting population in Italy has less resistance than in Germany. Because the princes in the Italian region are not hostile to Marin. In Italy, except for the two major forces that cannot be provoked, the Papal States and Venice, Marin can actually send people to recruit immigrants from other countries. In normal times, perhaps in areas like the Kingdom of Naples that belong to powerful countries such as France or Spain, Marin cannot easily send people to recruit immigrants. However, now that the Kingdom of Naples is caught in war, there must be many victims. At this time, it is not too easy to send people to the Kingdom of Naples to recruit disaster victims. Anyway, whether it is the French or the Spanish, the armies are confronting each other near the city of Naples. Marin only needs to send people to other coastal areas of the Kingdom of Naples to quietly recruit people, which is not a big deal. In addition to the Kingdom of Naples with a population of 2 million, there are many people to recruit. The Duchy of Milan with a population of 1.25 million is also a good target for recruiting disaster victims. At this time, because Gonzalo sent out a large army to loot most of the food in Milan, most of the food harvested by the Duchy of Milan this year was gone. It is foreseeable that after the beginning of next spring, the populous Duchy of Milan will definitely fall into a famine. Of course, it's okay for now. After all, Gonzalo's Spanish army did not have time to rob food from the homes of Italian farmers on the Po River plain. Therefore, the local farmers still have some food in stock, and life is not so difficult. However, Marin can make them sad. The method is very simple: bribe Ludendorff, who is currently stationed in the Duchy of Milan, and let him send troops to various parts of the Duchy of Milan to forcibly collect military rations from farmers. As long as the means are black, most of the food of the farmers in the Duchy of Milan can be robbed, making them more miserable. Moreover, General Ludendorff, who lost the food, once again collected food from the farmers, which was just a basic operation. Other nobles would do the same. The difference lies in the degree of grain collection. If the means are mild, only part of the food will be collected, at least leaving a way out for the farmers. And if they encounter brutal ones, they will directly levy heavy taxes and rob most of the food. In this way, the farmers will not be able to support the autumn harvest next year. Obviously, Marin needs the farmers in the Duchy of Milan to be unable to support the autumn harvest next year. In this way, he will have the opportunity to recruit a large number of disaster victims from the local area. So, Marin asked Kohler to secretly send people south to quietly contact General Ludendorff. And, he offered a high price of 300,000 gold coins. The only requirement is that Ludendorff's more than 16,000 German mercenaries will be more ruthless when collecting food and grass from the farmers in the Duchy of Milan, robbing most of the local farmers' food and cutting off their livelihood. Only in this way, after a while, when the local farmers can't survive, Marin will send people to recruit, and the effect will be better. Although the means are a bit dirty, it is very useful. If tens of thousands of strong men can be recruited from the Duchy of Milan with a population of 1.25 million, then America can reclaim millions of acres of grain fields. After all, with agricultural artifacts such as prade plows, hoes and sledgehammers, it is no problem for a strong man and his family to cultivate 100 acres of land. In addition to the Duchy of Milan, Marin can also recruit immigrants in the Duchy of Savoy, Genoa, the Marquisate of Mantua, the Duchy of Ferrara, the Duchy of Modena and other places. Although the difficulty of recruitment is higher than in the war zone, people can still be recruited. After all, Italy has many mountains and little land, which is comparable to Fujian and other places. If there are many children at home, they have to go out to make a living. Therefore, Italians are like Hakka people. Because there is little arable land at home, men are used to wandering around, and they have learned to do business and are very good at it. It is much easier to recruit such Italians than French farmers who have fertile farmland at home. After all, they are used to leaving their homes. At that time, as long as the population ratio is controlled, the Germans are the main ones, and Italians are not allowed to join the army, nothing serious should happen. In short, Italian immigrants just need to cultivate the land well. Or, they can be craftsmen and scholars. As for fighting, they still rely on Germans. In this way, there will be no funny incidents that will lead to a disastrous defeat in an African country later. How to say it, the support of the two great powers of Britain and France is the most important for Italy to be independent from Austria and unify the country. If Italy fights Austria alone, it is purely to find confidence for the Austrians. During World War I, the Austrian army with a complex ethnic composition could not beat anyone, but it could always find confidence in Italy. At the end of November 1514, after several months of sailing, the Spanish clipper loaded with 150,000 ounces of gold finally returned to the Spanish mainland port of Cadiz from the coast of Mozambique. When the Spanish government and the public learned that the colonial army had finally found the legendary Zimbabwe Empire and had taken back 150,000 ounces of gold, they were all excited. 150,000 ounces of gold. That's a huge amount that can be minted into 1.2 million gold coins. With these 1.2 million gold coins, the military expenses on the battlefield in Naples will be settled, and there is no need to take out huge sums of money from the spice trade to support it. More importantly, it is said that Zimbabwe can still produce 30,000 to 40,000 ounces of gold every year. Although not all of it is given to Spain, Spain can earn most of it even through trade. For Spain, having the right to trade exclusively with the Zimbabwe Empire is equivalent to earning most of the tens of thousands of ounces of gold steadily. And the profits from trading with African blacks have always been very high. In this case, the 30,000 to 40,000 ounces of gold produced by the Zimbabwe Empire each year can bring at least 20,000 ounces of gold to Spain. In other words, it is 160,000 gold coins more profit. In addition, the gold that is not considered profit is estimated to allow the Spanish court to mint more than 200,000 gold coins every year. With this batch of gold, Spain will no longer have to worry about not having enough gold and silver to support foreign trade in the future. In short, with this batch of gold and the beautiful blueprint of future gold income, the Spanish government and the opposition are full of confidence in the future. Chapter 1675, Ming and Pu fall out. Not only that, according to Cortés' report, the capital of the Matapa Kingdom in Zimbabwe, Svangam, is also full of copper ore. It should be pointed out that these copper ores are all high-purity rich ores. Because the black guys don't pick up the poor ores at all. At the same time, the Arab merchants don't accept them. In other words, Marin's original statement that the local copper mines are extremely rich is correct. Just these old blacks who don't know how to smelt copper can easily pick up piles of rich copper ores, which shows how rich the local copper resources are. In fact, the Zambia region north of the Zambezi River across the river is richer in copper mines. Unfortunately, Cortés' expeditionary force couldn't carry too much stuff, so they could only retreat with gold first. If you want copper ore, you can only wait until the next time to trade. Anyway, the Zambezi River estuary area has been controlled by Spanish warships. It can be foreseen that if those rich copper ores can be transported back to the mainland in a steady stream in the future, Spain will be able to cast a large number of Maravedi copper coins. At the same time, a batch of copper cannons can also be cast. The entire Spanish government and opposition were excited and frenzied because of the gold and the mountains of rich copper ore. Afterwards, the Spanish government and opposition held a nationwide discussion on the choice of trade or occupation. Later, the news was sent back to the mainland by spies stationed in Spain by the North Sea Kingdom using carrier pigeons. Marin took a look. Oh, there are smart people in Spain. They actually thought of monopolizing trade to drive local agents to help dig gold and copper mines, which is a method only available to modern colonists. However, for Marin, it is in his best interest for the Spanish to send troops to occupy Zimbabwe. Because occupying Zimbabwe and sending people to mine gold and copper consumes a lot of manpower and national strength. Even if enough gold and copper are obtained, the cost is very high. The cost of colonization is relatively low by monopolizing trade to exchange gold and copper. Moreover, because the domestic production of goods comes to exchange, it can also promote the development of local handicrafts, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, most Spaniards do not have such a long-term vision and are short-sighted. Otherwise, in history, after occupying America, Spain would not have ignored the development of domestic handicrafts. As a result, Britain got the advantage. Therefore, in this great discussion, Marin decided to intervene secretly to influence the judgment of the Spanish and make them more inclined to send troops to occupy Zimbabwe. As for the reason, it is very simple. First, it is a pity that the gold cannot be used for trading, the Matapa kingdom cannot trade all the gold, and it must leave a small part. Then, question the technical level of Zimbabweans in finding gold mines, mining and smelting gold mines. And pointed out that if the civilized Spaniards operated it themselves, the gold production would definitely increase several times. In addition, the Spanish's ability to develop local copper mines is much stronger than that of the locals. Zimbabwe's copper resources are much richer than gold. If they are developed, copper ingots can be transported to the mainland by ship. Marin's two reasons sound very reasonable. Indeed, Spain's technology is definitely much more advanced than that of the Matapa kingdom in Zimbabwe. However, Marin deliberately ignored the high cost of personally going into battle and the unfavorable conditions such as the harsh local climate and environment. Not only that, Marin also planned to find the Omani Arab merchants who originally monopolized the East African trade through Egyptian merchants, let them notify the Matapa kingdom in advance, and teach them guerrilla tactics to deal with the Spaniards in the tropical rainforest. Once this happens, even if the Spaniards occupy Zimbabwe, they will be unlucky in the future. The Spaniards certainly occupied the Zambezi River estuary area and blocked the Arab merchants from going upstream to the Matapa kingdom. However, this is only the mainstream trade route. There are many Swahili people who are mixed with Arabs and local blacks along the coast of Mozambique. These people may not need to go along the Zambezi River basin, but can also go to the Matapa kingdom quietly through the tropical rainforest without the river, and bring the news that Marin wants to send someone to bring. As long as the king of the Matapa kingdom does not foolishly fight the Spaniards, with the number of troops in the Matapa kingdom, as long as they are scattered in the tropical rainforest to fight guerrilla warfare, the Spaniards will be helpless. Of course, that was later. At the moment, Marin decided to send spies to Spain to spread the words of monopolizing all the gold and copper mines in Zimbabwe to persuade the Spanish court to send troops to occupy Zimbabwe. In addition, Marin will send spies to secretly contact French spies in Spain. On the premise of keeping his identity secret, tell the French about the interests involved. Then, let the French secretly exert their strength to persuade Spain to send troops to Zimbabwe. The French and Spanish have been challenging each other for hundreds of years, and the mutual penetration of both sides is very deep. Moreover, there are many traders and nobles betting on both sides between France and Spain. It is more convenient for the French to do this than Marin. Marin's strongest ability in Spain is to collect intelligence, but when it comes to infiltrating Spain, the French are still more powerful. Moreover, when this matter is investigated later, it is also the French's fault, and it has nothing to do with Marin. Spain is too dangerous. Its excellent geographical location is naturally suitable for colonizing the Americas. Moreover, Spain has a population of more than 8 million, which is much more than the sum of England and Portugal. Don't think that England is much stronger than Portugal these days. In terms of population, England has less than 3 million people. Even if you add Scotland's 500,000 and Ireland's 250,000, it's only about 3.75 million. Portugal, at least, has a population of 2 or 3 million, no less than England. In fact, because of the huge profits from colonizing Africa and obtaining Indian spices, Portugal's national strength is stronger than England at this time. England's only advantage is probably that it is much stronger than Portugal in coal and iron resources. But if we talk about the current strength, it is really not as good as Portugal. Spain is different. Although more than 8 million people are not a lot. However, it is already far ahead among European maritime countries. Even the population of the 4 major maritime powers, Portugal, England, Denmark and Venice, is not as large as Spain. And this is Spain's confidence and a threat to Marin. Of course, all this is under the premise that the behemoth France does not interfere in the maritime industry. If France, with a population of 15 million, joins in, other countries will have to stand aside. In fact, France was delayed by the hegemony of the European continent. Moreover, Italy is probably the one that has delayed France the most. France has coveted Italy for a long time. The Italian War in history alone lasted for more than 60 years, wasting national strength. If there was no super fat piece of Italy hanging in front of France, tempting France to compete for hegemony on the European continent, France might have changed to great voyages and then become a maritime power. Therefore, for Marin, a fragmented Italy is very necessary. Otherwise, it will not attract France. However, France cannot really swallow Italy. Otherwise, France will be too full and may covet other places. For this reason, Marin carefully arranged to use Italian volcanic ash as bait to attract France's attention. And bring out Spain and fight dog and dog with France. And Marin has to free up his hands to integrate the North Sea Kingdom and England. Then, suppress Portugal. In this way, the goal of rising can be achieved. Probably because of the news that the Spaniards obtained 150,000 ounces of gold, the Portuguese government and the public went crazy. The Spaniards got the gold, so the news that Marin had given Timbuktu's gold was certain. As a result, the entire Portuguese government and the opposition were mobilized to speed up the attack on Timbuktu. But just as the Portuguese took action, bad news came from the Far East. After learning that Portugal had occupied the royal city of the Malacca Kingdom, the Ming Empire sent envoys to Malacca many times, demanding that the Portuguese colonists withdraw from the city. Otherwise, trade between Portugal and the Ming Empire would be permanently banned. Before the discovery of the Kuala Lumpur tin mine, Portugal would really take a step back in exchange for the qualification of tribute trade with the Ming dynasty. However, after the Kuala Lumpur tin mine, Portugal was unwilling to give up the interests of Malacca anyway. Therefore, the Portuguese flatly rejected the request of the Ming court. After being rejected several times, the Ming court was angry and ashamed. So Zhengde issued an edict to permanently ban the Portuguese from coming to the Ming dynasty for any activities. Once the Portuguese landed, they were all arrested as spies. Moreover, the cabinet also ordered that any official in Guangdong who had previously had contact with the Portuguese must immediately draw a clear line with them. Otherwise, they would be directly dismissed. In other words, the Portuguese had completely lost the opportunity to bribe local officials of the Ming dynasty to obtain secret trade. The possibility of communication between Ming and Portugal was completely cut off. When the news reached Lisbon, while Lisbon was paying attention to Timbuktu, it also began to discuss how to deal with the reaction of the Ming court. Chapter 1676, The Portuguese are going to invade the Ming dynasty. In fact, the Portuguese were very envious of Marin's method of using Taiwan Island as a territory to pay tribute to the Ming Emperor, and they also wanted to learn. However, they did not know that the reason why Marin was able to become a member of the Ming dynasty was not because he was willing to pay tribute, but because he offered sweet potatoes, a high-yield crop. For the agriculture-based Ming Empire, Marin's contribution was very great, and he was naturally qualified to become the own person of the Ming dynasty. Portugal is different. The Portuguese did not have such artifacts of food to offer, and only knew to buy things with money. Such people are dispensable for the Ming dynasty, so they can naturally ignore them. What's more, Portugal actually occupied the capital of the Kingdom of Malacca, Malacca Kingdom, the younger brother of the Ming dynasty, and occupied a large amount of territory of the younger brother. This is a slap in the face of the Ming dynasty. If Lu Daxia had not hidden the navigation chart, the warlike Emperor Zhengde almost wanted to restore the treasure fleet to the south to compete with the Portuguese. Fortunately, the most important enemy of the Ming Empire at the moment is Mongolia. Zhengde is now fully focused on preparing for war with Mongolia, so he did not go looking for trouble with the Portuguese who occupied Malacca. However, the Ming court sent envoys several times to ask the Portuguese to withdraw, but they were all rejected by the Portuguese. Now, the Ming Empire couldn't hold back its face. So, it ordered a complete ban on the Portuguese from coming to the Ming dynasty, and severely punished any officials who colluded with the Portuguese. So, the two sides completely fell out. The Portuguese were also depressed. If they hadn't discovered the super tin mine Kuala Lumpur with huge reserves, it would have been fine for them to give up Malacca. At most, they would occupy Luzon Island and learn from Marin to become a vassal state of the Ming dynasty. But the existence of the super tin mine in Kuala Lumpur made it impossible for the Portuguese to let go. So, they could only watch the fallout with the Ming dynasty. Now that the two sides cannot live in peace, the Portuguese government and opposition began to discuss how to deal with it. Obviously, without planning to give up Malacca, Portugal and the Ming Empire no longer have the possibility of living in peace. However, the Portuguese were reluctant to give up the trade benefits of the Ming Empire. In the end, the Portuguese government and the opposition reached a consensus that Portugal planned to send a fleet to the Ming dynasty, attack the coast of Fujian and Guangdong, and force the Ming dynasty to make concessions. The Portuguese were not as arrogant as the Spanish, and they would not think that they could conquer the Ming Empire by sending a fleet. Historically, the Spanish really planned to send more than 10,000 people to conquer the Ming Empire. Of course, the reason why the Spaniards came up with such a stupid plan was probably because they were overwhelmed by the fact that they conquered the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire with a small number of people. But the Ming dynasty was not the same as those barbarian empires. Neither the Aztec Empire or the Inca Empire had metal weapons, cavalry, or firearms. But the Ming dynasty had everything. Although the combat effectiveness of the southeastern guards of the Ming dynasty was terrible, the northern border troops were still very powerful. Therefore, when the Chinese people of later generations heard about this plan, they all found it very funny. The Portuguese were not as arrogant as the Spanish, but their ships had surveyed the coast of the Ming dynasty until the Ming dynasty navy had average combat effectiveness. Although there were many ships, they were mainly small boats and were still at the level of boarding battles. The Portuguese government and the public believed that if a powerful fleet of 30 warships was sent, it would not be a problem to destroy the Ming dynasty, not to mention defeating the Ming dynasty. Once a huge advantage was achieved in the naval battle, there would be no problem with the Ming dynasty's unwillingness to compromise. Therefore, the Portuguese concentrated the country's strength and formed a fleet of 30 warships of 200 to 300 tons. The warships were equipped with many Fran machine guns, ready to be used against the Ming dynasty's navy. The commander of this expeditionary fleet was the famous Gama. After Marin's spy stationed in Lisbon learned the news, he quickly released a pigeon to report to Marin. After receiving the report, Marin was also stunned. The Portuguese played a big trick. Marin shook his head and laughed, because he knew that the Ming dynasty was a country that would never surrender. Even if the Portuguese fleet really destroyed the navy, the Ming dynasty would never surrender. What's more, the current Ming emperor is the extremely warlike Xingde. Therefore, the Portuguese will not get the desired result. Even if they have the upper hand for a while, they will also anger the Ming Empire. At that time, the Ming Empire will fight with the whole country, and the Portuguese will definitely not be able to get a good deal. However, after thinking about the consequences, Marin's face changed. Why? Because Marin thought that if the Portuguese really angered the Ming Empire, Xingde might develop the navy at all costs. At that time, the Ming dynasty would have a navy and might go out to sea to grab profits. After all, if there is a real fire with Portugal, no matter how stupid Liu Daxia is, he must take out the navigation charts and shipbuilding materials. Otherwise, it will inevitably be infamous for thousands of years. At that time, the Ming dynasty, which has restored the treasure fleet, will easily have several more Zhenghe's voyages to the west. Once the Ming people go abroad, what will Marin do? Maybe, when Marin sent a large army to invade Japan, the Japanese king of Wa asked the Ming dynasty for help, and the Ming dynasty treasure fleet would also intervene. Marin is not afraid of the strength of the Ming dynasty fleet, but is afraid that the two sides will turn against each other and cut off the trade route. So, the Ming dynasty cannot lose this battle. Otherwise, the enraged Ming dynasty might explode the treasure ship. Once the treasure ship is built, it will definitely not be left to rot in the harbor. In order to ensure that the Ming dynasty can win, Marin can only find a way to secretly help the Ming dynasty. After thinking about it, Marin finally decided to send someone to inform the Ming dynasty in advance, and at the same time, send a batch of 12-pound Napoleon cannons to the Ming court and even present the casting method of this cannon to Xingde. At present, the Portuguese warships are not big, and the main guns are also 12 pounds. If the Ming dynasty has a batch of 12-pound cannons, it will not be afraid of Portuguese warships. Even if the Ming dynasty warships can only mount a few guns, they can't withstand the large number of Ming dynasty navy ships. A ship is equipped with 3 or 4 guns, and hundreds of ships have thousands of guns, so they are not afraid of small Portuguese warships at all. Therefore, Marin sent people to install 20 12-pound Napoleon cannons, and sent a craftsman who knew how to cast cannons with mud films. Iron mold casting cannons were the secrets of the Beihai kingdom and were not disclosed to the public, to personally go to the Ming dynasty to instruct the cannon casting craftsmen of the Ministry of Industry of the Ming dynasty to cast 12-pound Napoleon cannons. Marin's men took the route to Panama first and then across the Pacific Ocean. Although the journey was longer, the speed was faster than that of the Portuguese fleet because of the smooth sailing in the Pacific Ocean. As long as the Ming Empire was prepared in advance, the Portuguese would be in trouble. Of course, Marin was not concerned about whether Portugal could take advantage. He was just worried that the Ming dynasty would restore the treasure fleet. As long as the treasure fleet was not restored, the Ming dynasty's trade would still be monopolized by him. This was a huge profit and could not be lost. Chapter 1677, Fire Attack. In fact, it is not necessary to fire artillery at the other side to fight against the Western fleet. Another ancient tactic is also very powerful. That is, fire attack. Since the Three Kingdoms period, the ancient Chinese have used fire attack in water battles. This battle is too famous, that is, the Battle of Chibi. Of course, fire attack is limited. The success of the fire attack of Dongwu in the Battle of Chibi was based on the fact that Chao's army locked all the ships together with chains. If the ship is not locked, and the opponent's fire ship comes, the worst thing is to disperse the ships, and at most lose some ships. In history, the great pirate Zheng Zhilong in the late Ming dynasty also used fire attack tactics against the Dutch and Lu Xiang's fleet in the Battle of Liaolua Bay. In that naval battle, Zheng Zhilong gave the most standard tactics for naval fire attack, waiting for the enemy fleet to anchor in the harbor, and when it is against the wind, take advantage of the situation and rush up with hundreds of fire ships. When the fleet is docked in the harbor, especially at night, many sailors are not on the ship at all, but go ashore for repairs. At this time, launching a fire attack, the opponent has no time to react. In addition, if the harbor happens to be against the wind, it is difficult for the ship to rush out. Because of insufficient power. Chinese sails are better, and they can take advantage of the wind from all directions. But the Western-style square-rigged sailing ship is miserable. When facing headwind, the square-rigged engine has very poor power. It is extremely difficult to avoid the light fire ship. Therefore, Zheng Zhilong's fleet easily defeated the joint fleet of the Dutch and Lu Xian. Later, the Dutch also learned this trick and used it on the Spaniards. In the Battle of Downs 6 years later, the Dutch used the fire ship tactics they had suffered to deal with the Spanish main fleet. As a result, the destruction of 43 large Spanish warships made the Spanish navy unable to recover from it. After all, the Spaniards lost not the more than 50 small and medium-sized ships lost by the pirate Lu Xiang, but the main battleships with a displacement of more than 1,000 tons. The Spaniards suffered this loss and lost the ability to suppress the Netherlands at sea, and were even forced to agree to the independence of the Netherlands. The era of the Dutch sea coachmen also emerged after that naval battle. After all, the Dutch had no control over the sea before, and could only be abused by the Spanish fleet. Marin thought about it and felt that even if the Ming dynasty was provided with artillery, the Ming dynasty people would not be able to use it easily. After all, the Ming dynasty people did not have the habit of using cannons and giant ships. It's like giving African black uncles a big killer like AK-47, and they posed in various ecstasy postures to shoot, but they just couldn't hit it. The fire attack method is different. This is the trick that the ancient Chinese people are good at. Moreover, it is very consistent with the thinking mode of using strategies to defeat the enemy of ancient Chinese Confucian scholars. The military decline of the Ming dynasty is very sad. The Confucian scholars of the Ming dynasty, like those of the Song dynasty, believed too much in the strategies of literati and liked to take shortcuts. As a result, the basic skills of the soldiers were not solid during the war. The civil officials who commanded the troops always wanted to use their own strategies to solve the opponent, rather than relying on strong strength to crush the opponent. If you encounter an equally weak opponent, these strategies will naturally work well. However, when they met the Mongolian cavalry, which was far superior to the Ming army in terms of mobility, they naturally became fools. In this world, strength is the key. Even if Marin likes to play tricks, the army of Beihai Kingdom is trained according to the strict standards of later generations. The Beihai army is good at using strategies. If it is a head-on confrontation, the Beihai army is not afraid. The civil officials of the Ming dynasty were too stupid. They always wanted to solve their opponents with their own strategies, and never thought about improving the combat effectiveness of the soldiers through training. Only Qi Jiguang realized the importance of the training level of the soldiers themselves. Therefore, he trained an invincible Qi family army. But unfortunately, Qi Jiguang's backer Zhang Juzheng fell later, and Qi Jiguang was also implicated in the struggle between civil officials and was forced to step down. His outstanding military ideas were also abandoned by stupid civil officials. The last Qi family army was even deliberately thrown to Liaodong to die. Marin estimated that even if the idea of cannons and giant ships was correct, those Ming civil officials would not adopt it. If they were willing to accept this idea, Lu Daxia would not have hidden Zheng He's navigation charts and treasure ship drawings. It's nothing, developing the navy is too expensive, and the maintenance costs are also amazing. But the finances of the Ming dynasty have never been good because of the short-sighted restrictions of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. The court was short of money, and these civil servants naturally opposed the construction of warships and artillery. In particular, the Napoleon 12-pound cannon presented by Marin used copper cannons, and each cannon required an average of 500 to 600 kilograms of copper. For the Ming court, which was short of copper, it would be strange if those civil servants were willing to manufacture in large quantities. But Marin couldn't let the Ming court lose the battle with the Portuguese, because the current emperor was Zhengde, a warmonger. If the naval battle failed, those civil servants would not be able to stop Zhengde from developing the navy. And if Zhengde built a strong navy, East Asia would not be stable. Therefore, Marin proposed the fireboat tactics. The fireboat tactics were very famous in the Ming dynasty, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is very popular in the Ming dynasty, specifically mentioned burning red cliffs. This story was too famous in the Ming dynasty. It is estimated that most people in cities with storytellers have heard this story. Marin proposed the fireboat tactics, which not only made the people of the Ming dynasty familiar, but also very consistent with the style of the Ming dynasty literati who like to use wisdom. In the final analysis, even Luo Guanzhong, who wrote the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was actually a half-baked literati. This guy was originally an assistant to Zhang Shicheng, but with the assistance of half-baked literati military strategists like Luo Guanzhong, Zhang Shicheng lost to Zhu Yuanzhang neatly. Because Zhang Shicheng was too superstitious about the military capabilities of this group of half-baked literati. Unlike Zhu Yuanzhang, he had Su De, Chang Yuchen and other famous generals under his command. In the face of absolute strength, those tricks are useless. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is nothing more than a storytelling book to entertain the public. We can see that the war scenes in it are very funny. A dignified commander actually went out to fight against others alone. How stupid is that? Then, the ambush was described in a few simple sentences. The enemy general shouted, "Oh no, we've been tricked," and then the army was defeated. In short, the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms treats all soldiers as NPCs and exaggerates the role of generals. But this kind of stupid book is useless for the Ming dynasty, whose soldiers are not good. However, it is useful for the Jurchens, whose soldiers are already very strong. Nurhaci, a semi-literate, was deeply influenced by Romance of the Three Kingdoms and began to like to fight with strategies. Unlike the Ming army, the Jurchen barbarians under Nurhaci were originally very fierce. They were not NPC soldiers like the Ming army, but elite monsters similar to those in games. The barbarians were not lacking in bravery, but only lacked the wisdom of the commander. Although the wisdom of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a bit naive, it was for the Ming dynasty, a country that valued culture over military. However, for the later Jin, whose soldiers were all fierce barbarians, those strategies were useful. Because the soldier's ability problem, the most shortcoming in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was not a problem for the later Jin. In this way, the later Jin, which already had fierce barbarian soldiers, plus the wisdom of the Three Kingdoms, had the later Qin dynasty. Of course, there was also a lot of luck in the Qin dynasty's entry into the pass, such as Li Zicheng's internal sabotage. But the fit between Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the situation of the Qin dynasty is also an important factor. Marin could not change the military thinking of the Ming dynasty civil servants who were overly dependent on strategies, nor did he want to change it. But this time, in order to deal with the Portuguese, he had to follow those Ming dynasty civil servants and adopt the most correct way in their eyes to defeat the Portuguese fleet. Even this time, Marin did not want the credit, in order to avoid angering the Portuguese. Therefore, Marin had already planned to let Kong Tai select a Ming dynasty scholar and let him rush to Guangdong to present this plan to the commander of the Guangdong Navy of the Ming dynasty as a counselor. In this way, even if the Portuguese were defeated, they could not blame Marin. Moreover, Marin estimated that with the nature of Ming dynasty bureaucrats, even if the commander knew that it was Marin's strategy, he would find ways to put the credit on himself. Fortunately, Marin did not want to find a credit, and everyone hit it off. Chapter 1678, Mozinjan sets off again. Occupying the pit. It will be changed back in 15 to 30 minutes, please refresh when the time comes. Lao Nyo is typing. It's been hot recently, and Lao Nyo, a fat man, is almost fainting from the heat. His intelligence has also dropped a lot. It's really uncomfortable. In fact, to fight against the Western fleet, it is not necessary to fire artillery at the opponent. Another ancient tactic is also very powerful. That is fire attack. Since the Three Kingdoms period, the ancient Chinese have used fire attack in naval battles. This battle is too famous, that is the Battle of Chibi. Of course, fire attack has limitations. The success of the fire attack of the Eastern Wu in the Battle of Chibi was based on the fact that Chao's army locked all the ships together with chains. If the ship was not locked, and saw the opponent's fire ship coming, the worst-case scenario was that the ships would be dispersed, and at most some ships would be lost. In history, the great pirate Zheng Zhilong in the late Ming dynasty also used fire attack tactics against the Dutch and Lu Xiang's fleet in the Battle of Liaolua Bay. In that naval battle, Zheng Zhilong gave the most standard tactics for naval fire attack. When the enemy fleet was anchored in the harbor and against the wind, he took advantage of the situation and rushed up with hundreds of fire ships. When the fleet was docked in the harbor, especially at night, many sailors were not on the ship at all, but went ashore for repairs. At this time, the opponent had no time to react and launching a fire attack. In addition, if the harbor happened to be against the wind, it would be difficult for the ship to rush out. Because of insufficient power. Chinese sails are better, and they can take advantage of the wind from all directions. But the Western-style square sailing ship was miserable. When facing headwinds, the square sail engine had very poor power. It was extremely difficult to avoid the brisk fire ship. Therefore, Zheng Zhilong's fleet easily defeated the joint fleet of the Dutch and Lu Xian. Later, the Dutch also learned this trick and used it on the Spaniards. In the Battle of Downs 6 years later, the Dutch used the fire ship tactics they had suffered to deal with the Spanish main fleet. As a result, the destruction of 43 large Spanish warships made the Spanish navy unable to recover from it. After all, the Spanish lost not the more than 50 small and medium-sized ships lost by the pirate Lu Xiang, but the main battleships with a displacement of more than 1,000 tons. The Spanish suffered this loss and lost the ability to suppress the Netherlands at sea, and were even forced to agree to the independence of the Netherlands. The era of the Dutch sea coachmen only emerged after that naval battle. After all, the Dutch had no control of the sea before, and could only be abused by the Spanish fleet. Marin thought about it and felt that even if the Ming dynasty was provided with artillery, the Ming dynasty people would not be able to use it easily. After all, the Ming dynasty people did not have the habit of using cannons and giant ships. It's like giving a killer weapon like AK-47 to African black uncles, but they posed in various postures to shoot, but they just couldn't hit it. The fire attack method is different, which was originally a trick that the ancient Chinese people were good at. Moreover, it is very consistent with the ancient Chinese Confucian scholars' way of thinking of breaking the enemy with a plan. The military decline of the Ming dynasty was very sad. The Confucian scholars of the Ming dynasty, like those of the Song dynasty, believed too much in the strategies of literati and liked to take shortcuts. As a result, the basic skills of the soldiers were not solid during the war. The civil officials who commanded the troops always wanted to use their own strategies to solve the opponents, rather than relying on strong strength to crush the opponents. If you encounter an equally weak opponent, these strategies will naturally work. However, when you encounter the Mongolian cavalry, which is far superior to the Ming army in terms of mobility, you will naturally become a fool. In this world, strength is the key to success. Even if Marin likes to play tricks, the army of Beihai Kingdom is trained according to the strict standards of later generations. If you use strategies, the Beihai army is good. If you fight hard, the Beihai army is not afraid. The civil officials of the Ming dynasty were too stupid and always wanted to solve the opponents with their own strategies. They never thought about improving the combat effectiveness of the soldiers through training. Only Qi Jiguang realized the importance of the training level of the soldiers themselves. Therefore, he trained an invincible Qi family army. But unfortunately, Qi Jiguang's backer Zhang Juzheng fell from power, and Qi Jiguang was also implicated in the struggle between civil officials and was forced to step down. His outstanding military ideas were also abandoned by stupid civil officials. The last Qi family army was even deliberately thrown to Liaodong to die. Marin estimated that even if the idea of big guns and big ships was correct, those Ming civil officials would not adopt it. If they were willing to accept this idea, Lu Daxia would not have hidden Zheng He's navigation charts and treasure ship drawings. There is no other reason. Developing the navy is too expensive, and the maintenance cost is also amazing. But the finances of the Ming dynasty have never been good because of the short-sighted restrictions of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. The court was short of money, and these civil officials naturally opposed the construction of warships and artillery. In particular, the Napoleon 12-pound cannon presented by Marin used copper cannons, and each cannon required an average of 500 to 600 kilograms of copper. For the Ming court, which was relatively short of copper, it would be a ghost if those civil officials were willing to manufacture in large quantities. But Marin couldn't let the Ming court lose the battle with the Portuguese, because the current emperor was the warmongering Zhengde. If the naval battle failed, those civil officials would not be able to stop Zhengde from developing the navy. And if Zhengde had a strong navy, East Asia would not be stable. Therefore, Marin proposed the fireboat tactics. The fireboat tactics were very famous in the Ming dynasty, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which was very popular in the Ming dynasty, specifically mentioned the burning of Red Cliffs. This story was too famous in the Ming dynasty. It is estimated that most people in the city with storytellers have heard this story. Marin proposed the fireboat tactics, which not only made the Ming dynasty people familiar, but also very consistent with the style of Ming dynasty literati liking to use wisdom. In the final analysis, even Luo Guanzhong, who wrote the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was actually a half-baked literati. This guy was originally an assistant to Zhang Shicheng, but with the assistance of half-baked literati military strategists like Luo Guanzhong, Zhang Shicheng lost to Zhu Yuanzhang neatly. Because Zhang Shicheng was too superstitious about the military ability of these half-baked literati. Unlike Zhu Yuanzhang, who had Su De, Chang Yuchen and other famous generals under his command. In the face of absolute strength, those little tricks are useless. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is just a storytelling to entertain the public. We can see that the war scenes in it are very funny. The main general actually went out to fight alone. How stupid. Then, the ambush was described in a few simple sentences. The enemy general shouted, "No, I fell into the trap," and then the army was defeated. In short, the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms treats all soldiers as NPCs and exaggerates the role of military generals. But this kind of stupid book is useless for the Ming dynasty, whose soldiers are not good. However, it is useful for the Jurchens, whose soldiers are already very strong. Nurhaci, a semi-illiterate, was deeply influenced by Romance of the Three Kingdoms and began to like to fight with strategies. Unlike the Ming army, the Jurchen barbarians under Nurhaci were very fierce. They were not the NPC soldiers of the Ming army, but the elite monsters in the game. The barbarians were not lacking in bravery, but only in the wisdom of their commander. Although the wisdom in Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a bit naive, it was for the Ming dynasty, a country that valued culture over military. But for the later Jin dynasty, whose soldiers were all fierce barbarians, those strategies were useful. Because the soldier ability problem, the shortest board in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was not a problem for the later Jin dynasty. In this way, the later Jin dynasty, which already had fierce barbarian soldiers, plus the wisdom of the Three Kingdoms, had the later Qing dynasty. Chapter 1679, Amami Oshima. Mozinjan's journey was not destined to be smooth sailing. After all, this was to rob gold from the bearded men in North Africa. Lao Ma said that if there was a profit of 300, he would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Obviously, the profit of exchanging salt for gold in Timbuktu is more than 300. 10 times or 100 times. Therefore, in the face of such huge profits, don't expect those bearded merchants in North Africa to abide by the rules. Killing and robbing is just a normal operation. Therefore, Mozinjan's team prepared hundreds of Egyptian slave cavalry and 20 musketeers to deal with possible fights at any time. Fortunately, the conditions in the Sahara Desert are extremely harsh. The size of the general caravan is not very large. Because crossing the hot Sahara Desert is an extraordinary test of courage and will. For ordinary Europeans, it is difficult to cross such a hot desert. Only Marin made a bamboo hat umbrella, which can be cooler than just wearing a white robe. Otherwise, Marin's team would not dare to guarantee that they can cross the Sahara Desert. No matter how reflective the white robe is, it still absorbs a lot of heat. And a large bamboo hat on the head is equivalent to having a mobile pavilion on the head, and the heat insulation effect is not a little stronger. Of course, Marin also knows that this is the secret weapon of the North Sea Kingdom. If others learn it, other European countries will also be able to cross the desert. Therefore, Marin ordered that once the caravan approaches the residential area, the bamboo hat should be hidden in a sack and placed on the camel's back to prevent others from learning it. After all, if this thing spreads, it will be easier for the North African bearded men to cross the desert. After all, they are more adapted to the tropical desert climate. If thousands of North African bearded men come over, Mozinjan's team will not be able to turn over the waves. In addition, Marin also asked his glasses craftsman to equip Mozinjan and his party with sunglasses for walking in the desert. The tropical desert is hot and windy. Therefore, Arabs often use white cloth to block their faces. However, the biggest impact of the face-to-face blockade is not on other parts of the face, but on the eyes. Therefore, when walking outside the Great Wall in ancient China, there was a veil in front of the bamboo hat they wore. It can block the wind and sand, and also see the front clearly. But this kind of translucent veil is generally made of silk, but there is no such thing in the Middle East and North Africa. Therefore, the Arabs had to wear a 100-step mask and squint to fight against the wind and sand. In addition, the ancient Mongolians were also like this. In order to resist the wind and sand, they often squint. Because they are used to squinting, many people squint. This is not innate, but a need to fight against the wind and sand. Moreover, the sunlight in the desert is strong, and if the eyes are open too wide, it is not only easy to get wind and sand, but also easy to be burned by strong light. Therefore, it is common and habitual for people in the desert to squint. But it is different with sunglasses. After wearing sunglasses, you cannot be afraid of the strong sunlight, but also can resist the wind and sand head-on, which is very useful in the desert. For example, the American soldiers in the Middle East in later generations basically have a pair of sunglasses. Moreover, many people's sunglasses are bulletproof. Of course, the sunglasses that Marin equipped Mozinjan and the others with were not black sunglasses, but sunglasses with green lenses. The so-called green lens sunglasses are actually sunglasses made of green glass with a high iron content. This kind of glass is the lowest quality colored glass, which is the result of poor craftsmanship. However, the sunglasses lenses made of this iron green glass with poor light transmittance are really easy to use in the desert. First of all, what people in the desert want to see most is green, which represents oasis and hope. Wearing green sunglasses, you can see a piece of green. This may not be a big deal elsewhere, but in the desert full of yellow sand, wearing green sunglasses can make you feel much better. Because the light transmittance is average, it can naturally block the strong sunlight like sunglasses. Marin asked the craftsman to make a bracket with wood, and then the place where the lens touches the bridge of the nose was wrapped with leather, which was soft and comfortable to wear. Moreover, the most important thing is that green glass is the cheapest colored glass. However, what Marin did not expect was that he was worried that the imitation hat umbrella would be robbed and nothing happened. After all, he had long ago ordered that the umbrellas must be put away when they meet people. However, he did not order to hide the green sunglasses. As a result, Mozinjan and his team's sunglasses were forced to buy. Of course, this is a later story. It was very difficult for Mozinjan's team to walk in the desert, and it would be difficult to reach Timbuktu for a while. Moreover, in order not to die of thirst halfway, the team needs to go east first, to the desert oasis in southern Algeria. Then, go south along the route with oases. Otherwise, if there is no fresh water supply on the way, let alone people, even camels will die of thirst. In addition, the team also brought a group of war horses to fight the enemy, which requires more fresh water and is even more impossible to leave the support of the oasis wells. Fortunately, the Berbu horses exchanged from the Moroccans in the Layoun area are originally desert horses. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cross the Sahara Desert. In order to keep their identities secret and avoid disputes with the Portuguese in the future. Although Mozinjan was the leader of the team, he introduced an eloquent Egyptian slave named Nashef to pretend to be the leader of the team. In this way, the caravan can call itself an Egyptian caravan. In the future, the Portuguese will not be able to say that Marin poached them. Just as Mozinjan's team went deep into the Sahara Desert and headed towards Timbuktu. In the Far East, Gonfu Mizuko's made chess piece, as a representative of Gonfu Mizuko and her son Gonfu Nobunaga, led 3,500 soldiers and landed on Amami Oshima, the northernmost island of the Ryukyu kingdom. Among these 3,500 soldiers and horses, 3,000 were strong and honest black slaves purchased by Marin from the Duke of Coimbra, Portugal. These black slaves were trained in formation and discipline by officers under Marin, and then sent to Taiwan Island, where they were further trained by Li Kezi, the chief instructor of the sword and shield soldiers of the Beihai Kingdom on Taiwan Island, and they were all trained to become rattan shield soldiers among the sword and shield soldiers, using single swords and rattan shields. In addition, they also wore chain mail produced in the North Sea country to prevent the Japanese samurai from cutting their heads. Japanese samurai are small and flexible, and are good at using sharp samurai swords. The rattan shields used by the black uncles can certainly block the samurai swords. However, the Japanese samurai are short, and if they roll over and go around behind the black uncles, they will be cut by a knife, and that's it. Therefore, Marin asked the locals to prepare 3,000 sets of chain mail specifically for preventing knife cuts. In addition, these black uncles also wore simple pot-lit iron helmets to prevent the Japanese samurai from cutting their heads with samurai swords. With rattan shields, single swords, chain mail and pot-lit heads, these strong black warriors are not afraid of the Japanese samurai's assault. In addition to this group of black rattan shield players, the chess pieces also have 100 musketeers transferred from the local area, using springs to play muskets. In addition, there are 400 musketeers recruited from the Han people and the Pingpu tribe from Taiwan Island. However, they use matchlock guns. Later, the troops stationed in Japan also mainly used matchlock guns to suppress the resistance of the locals. Originally, this army was going to capture Sado Island directly. However, the hegemony between the three branches of the Hanma clan on Sado Island is still in a stalemate. It is not the best time to intervene at this time. Moreover, a rash invasion is likely to cause a strong backlash from the various Japanese vassal states, and it is not easy to be recognized. Therefore, the chess pieces can only follow the previous plan, secretly send people to contact the Yuma clan, quietly sell them a batch of weapons, and support them to attack the main family of the Hanma clan and the Kawahara clan. Finally, when the main family of the Hanma clan is desperate, send troops to help the main family of the Hanma clan to destroy the other two families, and use the main family of the Hanma clan as a puppet to rule Sado Island. However, before that, the 3,500 troops need a place to stay, and they must be close to Japan to facilitate intervention in Japanese affairs. Therefore, with the support of Kong Tai, the chess piece led 3,500 troops and 10 warships to land on Amami-Oshima, the northernmost island of the Ryukyu kingdom, and used Amami-Oshima as a temporary base and springboard. Later, from this base, they would attack Sado Island. Or, they could attack Osumi province where the Konfu clan was located. Chapter 1680, Lease an island for 10 years. Occupying the pit. I will change it back in 10 minutes, please refresh it then. I won't say much, I will type quickly. Mozinjan's journey is destined to be not smooth sailing. After all, this is to rob gold from the big bearded men in North Africa. Lao Ma said that with a profit of 300%, the capitalist, dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Obviously, the profit of using salt to exchange for gold in Timbuktu is more than 300%. 10 times or 100 times. Therefore, in the face of such huge profits, don't expect those big bearded merchants in North Africa to abide by the rules. Killing and robbing is just a normal operation. Therefore, Mozinjan's team prepared hundreds of Egyptian slave cavalry and 20 musketeers to deal with possible fights at any time. Fortunately, the conditions in the Sahara Desert are extremely harsh. The size of the general caravan is not very large. Because crossing the hot Sahara Desert is an extraordinary test of courage and will. For ordinary Europeans, it is difficult to cross such a hot desert. Only Marin invented a bamboo hat umbrella, which can be cooler than just wearing a white robe. Otherwise, Marin's team would not be able to guarantee that they can cross the Sahara Desert. No matter how reflective the white robe is, it still absorbs a lot of heat. And wearing a large bamboo hat umbrella on the head is equivalent to having a mobile pavilion on the head, and the heat insulation effect is not a little stronger. Of course, Marin also knows that this is the secret weapon of the North Sea Kingdom. If others learn it, other European countries will also be able to cross the desert. Therefore, Marin ordered that once the caravan approaches residential areas, the bamboo hat umbrella should be hidden in a sack and placed on the camel's back to prevent others from learning it. After all, if this thing spreads, it will be easier for the North African bearded men to cross the desert. After all, they are more adapted to the tropical desert climate. If thousands of North African bearded men came, Mozinjan's team would not be able to make any waves. In addition, Marin also asked his glasses craftsman to equip Mozinjan and his team with sunglasses for walking in the desert. The sun in the tropical desert is scorching, and the wind and sand are all over the face. Therefore, Arabs often use white cloth to block their faces. However, the biggest impact of the face-blowing blockage is not on other parts of the face, but on the eyes. Therefore, when walking outside the ancient Chinese Great Wall, there was a veil in front of the bamboo hat they wore. It can block the wind and sand, and also see the front clearly. But this kind of translucent veil is generally made of silk, but it is not available in the Middle East and North Africa. Therefore, the Arabs had to cover themselves with a 100-step mask and squint their eyes to fight against the wind and sand. In addition, the ancient Mongolians were the same. In order to resist the wind and sand, they often squint their eyes. Because they are used to squinting, many people have squinting eyes. This is not innate, but a need to fight against the wind and sand. Moreover, the sunlight in the desert is strong, and if the eyes are open too wide, it is not only easy to get wind and sand, but also easy to be burned by strong light. Therefore, it is common and a habit for people in desert areas to squint. But it is different with sunglasses. After wearing sunglasses, you cannot be afraid of strong sunlight, and you can also resist the wind and sand directly. It is very useful in the desert. For example, American soldiers in the Middle East in later generations basically have sunglasses. Moreover, many people's sunglasses are bulletproof. Of course, the sunglasses that Marin equipped Mozinjan and others with were not black sunglasses, but sunglasses with green lenses. The so-called green lens sunglasses are actually sunglasses made of green glass with high iron content. This kind of glass is the lowest quality colored glass and is the result of poor craftsmanship. However, the sunglasses made of this iron green glass with poor light transmittance are really easy to use in the desert. First of all, what people in the desert want to see most is green, which represents oasis and hope. Wearing green sunglasses, you can see a piece of green. This may not be a big deal elsewhere, but in the desert full of yellow sand, wearing green sunglasses can make you feel much better. Because it is generally light transmissive, it can naturally block strong sunlight like sunglasses. Marin asked the craftsman to make a bracket with wood, and then wrapped the place where the lens and the bridge of the nose were in contact with leather, which was soft and comfortable to wear. Moreover, the most important thing is that green glass is the cheapest colored glass. However, what Marin did not expect was that he was worried that the imitation umbrella would be robbed and nothing would happen. After all, he had long ordered that the umbrella must be put away after meeting someone. However, he did not order to hide the green sunglasses. As a result, Mozingen and his team's sunglasses were forced to buy. Of course, this is a later story. Mozingen's team had a hard time walking in the desert, and it would be difficult to reach Timbuktu for a while. Moreover, in order not to die of thirst halfway, the team needed to go east first, to the desert oasis in southern Algeria. Then, go south along the route with the oasis. Otherwise, if there is no fresh water supply on the way, let alone people, even camels will die of thirst. In addition, the team also brought a group of war horses for fighting the enemy, which required more fresh water and could not leave the supportive oasis wells. Fortunately, the Berbu horses exchanged from the Moroccans in the Layoun region were originally desert horses. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cross the Sahara Desert. In order to keep their identities secret and avoid disputes with the Portuguese in the future. Although Mozingen was the leader of the team, he introduced an eloquent Egyptian slave named Nashef to pretend to be the leader of the team. In this way, the caravan can call itself an Egyptian caravan. In the future, the Portuguese will not be able to say that Marin poached them. Just when Mozingen's team went deep into the Sahara Desert and headed towards Timbuktu. In the Far East, Gonfu Mizuko's made chess piece, as a representative of Gonfu Mizuko and her son Gonfu Nobunaga, led 3,500 soldiers and horses to land on Amami Oshima, the northernmost island of the Ryukyu kingdom. Of these 3,500 soldiers, 3,000 were strong and honest black slaves purchased by Marin from the Duke of Coimbra, Portugal. These black slaves were trained in formation and discipline by Marin's officers, and then sent to Taiwan Island, where they were further trained by Li Kezi, the chief instructor of the sword and shield soldiers of the Beihai Kingdom on Taiwan Island, and trained them all to become rattan shield soldiers among the sword and shield soldiers, using single swords and rattan shields. In addition, they also wore chain mail produced in the Beihai Kingdom to prevent the sword cuts of Japanese samurai. Japanese samurai are small and flexible, and are good at using sharp samurai swords. The rattan shields used by the black uncles can certainly block the samurai swords. However, the Japanese samurai are short in stature. If they roll over and go around the black uncles, a knife cut will be over. Therefore, Marin asked the locals to prepare 3,000 sets of chain mail specifically for preventing knife cuts. In addition, these black uncles also wore simple pot-lit iron helmets to prevent the Japanese samurai's samurai swords from cutting their heads. With rattan shields, single swords, chain mail and pot-covered hair, these strong black warriors were not afraid of the Japanese samurai's attack. In addition to these black rattan shield bearers, Chi Zi also had 100 musketeers transferred from the mainland using spring-loaded muskets. In addition, there were 400 musketeers recruited from the local Han people and the Pingpu tribe in Taiwan. However, they used matchlock guns. Later, the troops stationed in Japan also mainly used matchlock guns to suppress the resistance of the locals. Chapter 1681, Nobunaga enters the palace. Xiang Zhen's worries were unnecessary, because Marin was not really interested in the Ryukyu Islands. To be honest, the Ryukyu Islands have nothing to offer except their strategic importance. The land here is barren and there are no mineral resources, so there is really nothing to gain. Taiwan Island at least has the Jingguashi gold mine, the Detunshan sulfur mine, camphor trees everywhere, and several plains where people can grow crops. And what about the Ryukyu Islands? Because the land is barren and the sea breeze is too strong, sweet potatoes are mainly grown, and rice cultivation is only popular in a few areas such as the main island. The only value of this shabby place is that it is a transit point for Sino-Japanese trade. Apart from this, its value is far less than that of Taiwan Island. Therefore, renting Amami Oshima is absolutely sincere. Perhaps in less than 10 years, the army will withdraw. In fact, if it were not for the Hishikari gold mine in Hishikari County, the northernmost part of Osumi Province, Marin would not have cared about Osumi Province. For Marin, the gold and silver of Iwami Silver Mine and Sado Island are actually the most important. Secondly, it is to land from the direction of the Sea of Japan, control the Kyoto area, control the Japanese emperor, and hold the emperor to command the princes to achieve the purpose of indirectly controlling Japan. As for the specific enslavement of the Japanese people, Marin is not very interested. There is even no idea of enslaving Japanese farmers. Because, since the last time I heard Gonfu Mizuko say that the Japanese are generally about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall because they don't eat meat, Marin has been desperate for so many people in Japan. Is it interesting to enslave a group of people who are about the same height as elementary school students? Anyway, Marin didn't see the cool point. He just wanted to strike the Japanese samurai class, and then introduce the old black bloodline to lower the IQ of the Japanese. At the same time, introduced the Qingzhou Neo-Confucianism of the Ming dynasty to imprison the Japanese thoughts. He doesn't care about the rest. For Marin, mining and smelting Japan's gold and silver mines and turning them into coins for the North Sea Kingdom is the main business, and everything else is secondary. Of course, for the sake of his son Gonfu Nobunaga, Marin doesn't mind supporting his son to establish a Gonfu shogunate. Anyway, since the Unan Rebellion, the Muromachi shogunate has long lost its prestige and will be replaced sooner or later. It is better to let Nobunaga take its place. The only doubt of Marin is that he is afraid that Nobunaga will have other thoughts in his mind when he grows up. For example, he regards Japan's gold and silver as his own things and does not give them to the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, although Marin intends to support Nobunaga, he must observe first. If Nobunaga is not of one mind with the North Sea Kingdom, it is better not to support him. At least, he cannot prevent the North Sea Kingdom from obtaining gold and silver from Japan. For this reason, Marin plans to keep Nobunaga for a few more years, let him grow up with Caesar in Orichi, cultivate brotherly feelings, and avoid the two sides turning against each other in the future. However, if the brotherly feelings between Caesar and Nobunaga are to be cultivated, Nobunaga must be brought into the Orichi palace. Headache. Marin rubbed his head and felt very troubled. But in order to control Japan in the future, Marin still shamelessly asked Angela to allow Nobunaga to enter the palace to keep him so that he could often contact his brother Caesar. Angela was determined not to be happy at first, but Marin fooled her into saying that in the future, Nobunaga would be needed to assist Caesar in controlling Japan with a population of 17 million, so Angela hesitated. Mainly, this population scared Angela. After all, the whole of Germany has only more than 12 million people. Even France, the most populous country in Europe, has only 15 million people. But Angela didn't know that most of these 17 million people look like elementary school students because they don't eat meat. Angela couldn't make up her mind, so she called her son Caesar to ask for his opinion. Caesar was also a little ambitious. When he heard that he would need his brother to help control Japan with a population of 17 million in the future, in fact, Nobunaga's help might not be needed, but it would be easier to have him help, he agreed without hesitation to take Nobunaga into the palace to accompany him. Marin was very satisfied with Caesar's decisiveness. Not being emotional is the quality of a qualified monarch. Seeing that her son agreed, Angela had no choice but to agree. However, she resolutely refused to let Gonfu Shuizi live in the palace in order to retain her dignity as the master of the harem. Marin thought about it and agreed. At the same time, he ordered his men to dig up the closed tunnel leading to the mysterious courtyard outside the palace again. That courtyard was where Marin hid after faking his death. Angela also met Marin through the tunnel and accepted Marin's command. However, after Marin appeared in public, he blocked the tunnel. Now, Angela doesn't want to see Gonfu Shuizi, but Gonfu Nobunaga can't leave his mother. So Marin took a compromise, dig the tunnel again, so that Gonfu Nobunaga can enter the palace and cultivate feelings with Caesar. However, Gonfu Shuizi lives in that small courtyard and will not enter the palace to avoid making Angela angry. Soon, the tunnel was dug again and widened. At the same time, the residential courtyard where Marin hid before was also expanded into a more spacious house. Gonfu Mizuko took the remaining 3 maids and bodyguards, Chinzi, Shuzi and Huazi, to take care of her son Nobunaga. Of course, Marin also equipped them with maids and guards to take care of their daily lives. Every day, when Caesar finished his studies, a special maid would hold Gonfu Nobunaga, pass through the tunnel, and come to the backyard of the palace to reunite with Caesar, Robert, Ma Yun, Mary and William, a group of brothers and sisters, to cultivate feelings. This is Marin's mandatory requirement for Caesar. If he can't even deal with his younger brothers, how can he deal with the huge North Sea Kingdom and the future England? Of course, Marin also has very good benefits. When he is free, he can sneak through the tunnel to the yard and steal fish from Gonfu Mizuko. Gonfu Mizuko, who looks like Tsang Laosher, is still quite attractive, and Mizuko's 3 martial arts maids have very good waists. You can do all kinds of complex actions. As for the details, I can't write. In fact, most of the things that let Nobunaga and Caesar cultivate brotherhood are just fooling people. What Marin is more interested in is the team combination of Mizuko and 3 maids. After all, although Angela is beautiful and Felice is wild, Marin has already vomited after so many years. Therefore, going to Gonfu Mizuko nearby to find some excitement is Marin's main purpose. As for letting Nobunaga and Caesar cultivate brotherhood, it is actually incidental. Poor Angela is too kind and simple. Although Caesar is smart, he is still young and has experienced too little. Then, this mother and son were fooled by Marin, the big pig's hoof. Whenever this mother and son were united to win over a few brothers, Marin often took the opportunity to sneak through the secret passage to comfort Nobunaga's mother Ganfu Mizuko and her 3 Tongfang girls. Of course, Marin didn't go every day, but just occasionally to find excitement. After all, he had too many things to do. Moreover, although it was not necessary for Caesar to unite a few brothers, it was also very useful. At least, it cultivated Caesar's ability to win over people. And being a monarch in Europe, winning over nobles and generals is an indispensable means. Let Caesar practice this early, and also to lay the foundation for the future. Chapter 1682 Giuliano. In fact, Marin asked Ganfu Mizuko to come to Orichi not just for his own little dirty thoughts. In addition, Marin also planned to have another son with Ganfu Mizuko as a spare tire. In this era, the mortality rate of children is very high. It is not safe to have a Ganfu Nobunaga alone. If Nobunaga unfortunately dies, and Marin can't take out a spare tire, it will be fun. He can't take a son who doesn't even have Japanese blood to be the shogun of Japan, nor will he be willing to support outsiders. Therefore, it is the safest way to have another son with Ganfu Mizuko as a spare tire. Moreover, he even thought of the name of his son as a spare tire, Ganfu Ieyasu. As for why he is not called Hideyoshi, it is because Marin doesn't like Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Moreover, Tokugawa Ieyasu is very similar to Sima I, who is the best at hiding and belongs to the real winner. In addition, in the Orichi Palace, Ganfu Nobunaga is not really here to play. When he is older, he also needs to accept Marin's teachings. Of course, Marin will definitely not educate Nobunaga like he educated Caesar. Caesar is the main heir, and Marin's education for him is the education of a hegemon who controls the overall situation. And including Robert and Ma Yun, as well as William and Nobunaga, Marin's education for them is the education of auxiliary princes. The key part is that Marin will deliberately keep a hand so that his younger brothers can become dependent on Caesar. In this way, it is conducive to the unity of brothers. Otherwise, if everyone wants to be a hegemon, it will be a mess, and brothers will definitely fight in the future. Now, in order to establish Caesar's absolute authority among the brothers, Marin commands Caesar to influence a group of brothers when he is free. For example, arrange the brothers to sit in a row and eat fruit. Although this game is childish, Caesar often plays with his brothers like this, which will make his younger brothers form a habit of listening to Caesar's arrangements. Sometimes, the power of habit is terrible. The strength of an army is inseparable from the habit of hard training in peacetime. When the younger brothers are used to listening to the eldest brother Caesar, there will be fewer disputes in the future. Of course, in this very childish game of sitting in a row and eating fruit, Caesar needs to be absolutely fair and show that he cares for his younger brother, which is not easy. Moreover, Marin also asked Caesar to tell stories to his younger brothers and sisters after dividing the fruit, mainly the stories in Grimm's Fairy Tales and Andersen's Fairy Tales that Marin had told him before, as well as some fairy tales in 1001 Nights. The reason for this is not without purpose. Marin needs Caesar to practice his eloquence so that he can tell it to his fiancée, Princess Margaret of England, in the future. For this reason, Marin requires Caesar to tell stories in Frisian, English, with a London accent, which is actually to rehearse for making the Princess of England happy in the future. Telling more stories is also a training of oral expression skills. Moreover, it helps to build a good relationship with younger brothers and sisters. When younger brothers and sisters are used to listening to their eldest brother arrange seats nakedly, and often listen to their eldest brother telling good stories, then they will have a kind of admiration and trust for Caesar. This admiration and trust will be very beneficial for Caesar to unite them in the future. Therefore, Marin only told Caesar the contents of the later Grimm's Fairy Tales and Andersen's Fairy Tales, and then Caesar told them to his younger brothers and sisters. In this way, other children can also form a kind of dependence on Caesar and a habit of dependence. However, this makes Caesar more tired. Every day, in addition to learning German, Latin, English and Chinese, as well as heavy courses such as mathematics, physics and chemistry have not yet started, he also has to take 2 or 3 hours to coax his younger brothers and sisters, which is very tiring. But fortunately, Caesar had suffered a serious mental blow from losing his father before, and his ideas were different from those of ordinary children. Therefore, he did not reject these tasks assigned to him by Marin, but was very attentive. Of course, in order to reduce Caesar's burden, Marin stopped Caesar from continuing to study at 3 p.m. every day, and asked Caesar to take care of his younger brothers and sisters. However, unlike ordinary children, Caesar has no winter and summer vacations, and can only rest 1 day a week on Sunday. Children who usually go to school not only have winter and summer vacations, but also rest for 1.5 days a week, which is similar to Marin's childhood in his previous life. In addition, Marin also drastically cut the time for Caesar's court etiquette classes. Originally, the children of the great nobles had to have several court etiquette classes every week, and the stricter ones even had to take etiquette classes every day. But Marin didn't care much about this, thinking that one class a week was enough. Is it interesting to emphasize this every day? It's a waste of time. Therefore, Marin cut most of Caesar's court etiquette classes to reduce his burden. In fact, court etiquette is just that, and one class a week is enough. It's a bit too much to emphasize it every day, and it's not like you can't remember it. Of course, there is an exception, that is Mary, or Maria. She is Marin's only daughter, and Marin dotes on her very much. However, he won't spoil her too much. At least, in terms of court etiquette, Marin's requirements for little Mary are much higher than boys'. For boys, etiquette is not the most important thing, ability and knowledge are the most important. For girls, even modern girls, ability and knowledge are not the most important, etiquette and cultivation are more important. Unless the girl was born in a poor family and had to work hard for a living, she would give priority to learning skills. For girls, an elegant and polite lady is far more attractive than a dull female academic bully. So, when the boys of the Hoffman family were working hard to learn knowledge and skills, little Mary, in addition to learning some basic knowledge, either learned etiquette or studied art. In short, it is always right for a girl to be more elegant and add a few halos to herself. In early December 1514, Felice gave birth again, and she really gave birth to a boy. In the spring, Felice realized that she was pregnant, and asked Marin for the title of Count of Uruguay for the child. Unexpectedly, she really gave birth to a boy. Although a large piece of territory had to be divided out, Marin was still very happy. Anyway, Uruguay has not been developed yet, which is equivalent to an unowned wasteland. The local Indians protested that I am not a human being. Moreover, it is far away from the mainland, so it is not a pity to give it to Felice's newly born son. As for the name of the newborn son, Marin originally wanted to pick one from the common names such as John, Charles, Edward, and Henry. But Felice thought that since her son planned to recruit Italians to develop the Uruguayan region in the future, it would be better to give him an Italianized name, which would be more easily accepted by those Italian immigrants. Then, Felice also suggested naming him Augustus. Marin's face changed immediately. This is the name of the first emperor of the Roman Empire. Can an illegitimate child afford it? Therefore, Marin firmly rejected this name. It's okay to use an Italian name, but don't use a name that's too awesome. After all, he's just a colonial prince. Moreover, it's too arrogant for an illegitimate child to use the name of a Roman emperor, and the name of the first emperor of the Roman Empire. In the end, Felice compromised, but still took a very awesome name, Giuliano. In fact, Giuliano is the name of the current Pope Julius II, which is also very famous. Although it's not the name of a Roman emperor, it's also the name of a Roman pope. Moreover, the current Pope Julius II is also the grandfather of little Giuliano. In this way, Marin's youngest child has the same name as the current pope, a very Italian name, Giuliano. Chapter 1683, Division of Civil and Military Responsibilities. Judging from the name Giuliano, Felice is an ambitious woman. If Marin had not promised to fully support Felice's eldest son Robert to run for the pope in the future, Felice might have wanted to return to Rome. In fact, Marin was very good to the children born to Felice. Robert Marin was determined to support him as the pope in the future, and Ma Yun also reserved the heir to the title of the Earl of Dongfan in Taiwan Island. As for Giuliano, he was also named the Earl of Uruguay, and the area of his territory was several times larger than that of Taiwan Island. Of course, from a practical point of view, Ma Yun's territory is more practical. Although Dongfan Island is small, it is extremely important because it can trade with the Ming dynasty. Even if you deduct a little profit, it is much better than Giuliano going to Uruguay to farm. In fact, since he decided to develop Australia, Marin has been thinking about which son to give Australia to in the future. There is no way, there are no airplanes or diesel-driven ships these days. It is really far to go to Australia from mainland Europe. Therefore, it would be better to give Australia away. Why did the feudal system start in ancient times? Wasn't it because of inconvenient transportation at that time? During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the development of the entire China was not high, and there were even rhinos everywhere in the Central Plains. At that time, the population was not large, and the grain production was also low. Therefore, the court at that time could not afford to support so many troops to garrison in various places. Moreover, there was no unified highway in the country at that time, and it was extremely difficult to manage foreign places. Therefore, under the production and transportation conditions at that time, the feudal system was more reasonable than the centralized system. The main thing is that it is really too far to manage. By the Qin dynasty, manure had begun to be promoted and used, and grain production had greatly increased. Qin Shi Huang also ordered the construction of the earliest national highway leading to the whole country, the Qidao, which laid the foundation for managing the world. Without the Qidao, the Qin dynasty would have found it difficult to manage the world. At the same time, ancient Rome also built the Roman road and completed the control of the huge Roman Empire. In other words, if you want to control a large territory, transportation issues are very critical. Why did Britain not become the global hegemon until the Victorian era in the 19th century? Because steam battleships began to appear and be promoted in the Victorian era. With steam battleships, Britain can smoothly control the most core colony India, and also complete the control of South Africa and Australia. Before that, it took a long time to go to India from Britain, and it was inconvenient to manage. Therefore, India was entrusted to the East India Company for management at that time. But when steam battleships became popular, Britain obviously had the ability to directly manage India. Therefore, Britain directly took back the management rights of India. Marin did preside over the steam engine, but it was a pity that it was the lowest version of the single-cylinder steam engine, and it was still bloated. In addition, the North Sea Kingdom was seriously lacking in mechanical engineers at this time. If you want to successfully move the steam engine onto the warship and make a multi-expansion marine steam engine that is more suitable for warships, who knows when it will take. Therefore, Marin can only engage in the feudal system at present. Especially for the vast lands of South America and Australia, which are far away, except for the most important Chilean saltpeter mines and some gold mines, it is also a good choice to let other sons manage them alone. Anyway, even if the brothers have a bad relationship in the future, they are still their own sons. It's nothing if the meat is rotten in the pot. Presumably, Zhu Yuanzhang thought so at the time, so he didn't care about the problem of the vassal king becoming big. In fact, Marin felt that it would not take such a large territory. As long as the territory of the later generations of the United States was well managed, a world power would not be able to escape. Look at the later generations of the United States. Starting from the coastal 13 colonies, it expanded westward step by step, and reached the Pacific coast. A superpower known as the Chosen Land was born. Therefore, Marin set up a secret family motto for Caesar and his later successors: North America must not be lost, even if the German territory is lost, North America must be preserved. The European continent is really in constant war and cannot develop well. Among them, Germany is the most tragic. Obviously, it is a very powerful nation, but it is trapped in the center of the European continent. The powerful France in the west, the Mausi in the east, Austria in the south is its own family, and the Northwest Sea has long been occupied and blocked by the British. Because of this, Marin made a plan to annex England from the beginning. Otherwise, Germany would still be locked in this broken place in Central Europe. The only advantage of Germany is probably the coal and potash in the Ruhr area. Without these two strategic resources, it would be difficult for Germany to rise in later generations. Of course, although Germany's geographical location is not good, the quality of its people is not bad. The main thing is that they are not cowardly. So, if the territory of Germany can be retained, it should be retained as much as possible. After all, Germany is a farming and fighting country similar to the Qin state, which produces the best soldiers. In fact, China is a powerful farming and fighting nation. Until the Han dynasty, China was a country with strong combat effectiveness, so there was a saying of strong Han. It's a pity that later Confucianism was the only school of thought, and a group of half-baked Confucian scholars turned China into a cowardly country that could not fight. It's not that Confucianism is useless, but that Confucianism should not be the only one. At best, Confucianism is suitable for education, but not for other things. The most appropriate way of distribution is to let Confucianists take charge of the Ministry of Rights, military strategists take charge of the Ministry of War, Mahists take charge of the Ministry of Industry, farmers and merchants take charge of the Ministry of Households, and diplomats take charge of diplomacy. In this way, people can be put to good use. As a result, Confucianists do everything by themselves, and those who don't understand blindly command, and they have made China half-wasted. The most ridiculous thing is that Confucianism has reduced China's war capabilities too much. As early as the Warring States period, the Qin state, with a population of only 5 million, could gather 600,000 strong soldiers. In the Song dynasty, although there were hundreds of millions of people and a prosperous economy, they could only support hundreds of thousands of people, and it was very laborious. When fighting, they also lost in various ways. In Marin's view, the later Prussia was actually a replica of the Qin dynasty. The only improvement over the Qin dynasty was probably that Frederick the Great promoted compulsory education, which made the quality of low-level officers higher. However, after becoming Germany too, the military merit class was too powerful and kidnapped the entire country, which led to the bad consequences. Therefore, in the current North Sea Kingdom, although Marin encourages farming and war and rewards military merits, he also trains many students among the civilians as future civil servants. At that time, the nobles will be in charge of the army, and the literati will be in charge of the government, and the two sides will not interfere with each other. Of course, the children of the nobles also have the right to participate in politics, but they must withdraw from the army for more than 5 years and stop contacting the generals in the army within 5 years before they can participate in politics. After participating in politics, they must not frequently contact the generals in the army. Moreover, the children and brothers of the nobles who control heavy troops are not allowed to hold senior civil positions to avoid the emergence of super-families with both civil and military hegemony. Similarly, the children of senior civil officials are not allowed to serve as senior generals. At the same time, Marin also adopted 2 sets of standards for the management of colonies. The North American colonies are managed according to local standards and are managed by the civil service system. Outside North America, the military aristocracy is semi-militarized according to colonial standards. The benefits also favor those nobles who participate in colonization as compensation for the military nobles' loss of control over the local and North American civil service systems. Of course, Marin would not allow them to establish independent vassal states, but territories that were still controlled by the natives. What was controlled by the natives was mainly the ownership and command of the army. In terms of management, Marin's principle was to let go if possible. For this reason, Marin specially formulated a decree on the separation of civil and military responsibilities, but it was not promulgated immediately. The main reason was that Marin did not want to expose the situation of the American colonies. But when the time is right, this decree will be made public. However, he had privately communicated with Schwartz, Kahn, Wagner, Steindorf and other top generals in the army, and disclosed some information to them in advance. Of course, in exchange for their support, Marin's reward was also very sincere. Brazil. Chapter 1684 Brazil Plan. Marin's psychology towards Brazil is very complicated. In theory, Brazil is a very good colony and Marin should not give it up. However, that is when there is no better choice. Brazil is the best colony. Now that Marin has North America, Brazil has become a piece of chicken ribs, which is tasteless and a pity to abandon. The most important thing is that Marin does not have so many people to develop Brazil. And this is the main reason why Marin is unwilling to give up Brazil. To develop North America, Marin feels that there is a serious lack of population, so where is the extra population to develop Brazil? Although Brazil is very good, it is too far away from the mainland and it is inconvenient to control. Originally, in history, Portugal controlled Brazil because Portugal was really close to Brazil. But for the North Sea Kingdom located on the coast of the North Sea, Brazil is a distant place. However, Marin also knew that if he gave up Brazil and left Brazil idle for a long time, Spain or Portugal would definitely covet it. So, after thinking about it, he felt that Brazil could not be wasted. It just so happens that this time Marin intends to distinguish between the civil and military officials of the North Sea Kingdom, strengthen the power of civil officials, and also intends to recruit a large number of students born in civilians as civil officials. But in this way, the interests of the nobles have been greatly infringed. Although the nobles of the North Sea Kingdom are different from those of other European countries and are the weakest aristocracy, mainly because Marin massacred and purged the old nobles when he founded the country, their strength should not be underestimated. In other countries where the aristocracy has not been purged, the nobles unite and the king has to make concessions. Although the nobles of the North Sea Kingdom are not strong enough to confront Marin because of Marin's early massacres. But Marin also saw that with the stabilization of the domestic situation, the strength of the nobles is also recovering and strengthening. If these nobles do not give enough benefits, even if they compromise temporarily, they will definitely erupt one day in the future. Therefore, Marin needs to make the nobles feel at ease and obedient. After beating the stick, the dates must be given, and they must be given enough and sweet enough. Then, Brazil, a place that Marin loves and hates, popped up. Brazil is big, there is no doubt about that. Brazil is rich, there is nothing to say about that. Of course, compared with Argentina, the most essential part of Brazil is actually the southeastern coastal area. For example, the Amazon region is not mentioned. But even in the southeastern region, the scale of the territory is too scary, let alone Rio de Janeiro, the smallest state in Brazil in later generations, where Rio de Janeiro is located. This smallest state in Brazil has an area of 43,000 square kilometers. What is the concept of 43,000 square kilometers? It is as big as the Kingdom of Denmark, one of the European powers, the Kingdom of Denmark before it was divided by Marin. For this place, Marin can divide it into 10 pieces and give it to 10 great nobles. Each family has a territory of more than 4,000 square kilometers, which is really not small. And the state of Sao Paulo is even larger, with an area of 248,200 square kilometers, which is much larger than the British Isles, and can be divided into a bunch of dukes and earls. It is not weak to use it to build a country alone. Of course, the premise is that you have to have enough population. As for the 280,000 square kilometers of Rio Grande do Sul, the 95,000 square kilometers of Santa Catarina, and the nearly 200,000 square kilometers of Parana, although most of them are plateaus, they are definitely more than enough to reward the soldiers. This adds up to more than 860,000 square kilometers of land, and the climate is not bad. How many soldiers are not enough to reward? Using a bunch of beautiful wasteland to send soldiers, this business is not too cost-effective. Of course, Marin will also reward them with some small manors in the native land, so that they will not be too tight before the territory is developed. This is the benefit of having a lot of land. Brazil is so big, and it can be used to reward people. Who can be so generous? Moreover, if the fiefs of these generals are taken to Brazil, there is no need to worry that Portugal and Spain will dare to covet them. Offending these generals is much more serious than offending civil officials. If you want to rob a general's land, you must be prepared to be attacked. Anyway, Schwartz, Kahn, Wagner, Steindorf and others were fooled by Marin. When they heard that Marin was going to reward each of them with thousands of square kilometers of land with a good climate, their saliva was about to flow down. Thousands of square kilometers. You know, the foundation of Marin's country, Dongfili Ceylon, is only more than 3,400 square kilometers. Marin promised to give them about 5,000 square kilometers of territory each, which simply made them beautiful. Of course, they don't understand geography and have never been to Brazil. If they knew that 5,000 square kilometers is just a small piece of land in such a big Brazil, they would not be so excited. However, for an individual, 5,000 square kilometers is really a lot. This is almost equivalent to the area of a prefecture-level city in the future. Think about it, a prefecture-level city is your home. This is the real local tyrant. These people are the corps generals under Marin, so they will give so much. Other second-level generals don't have so much. For ordinary generals, 1 or 2,000 square kilometers of land is about the same. Moreover, this is not a small amount, which is equivalent to the size of a county. If it is placed in the German mainland, it can establish a large vassal state. For example, the Principality of Clever, although it is a principality, has an area of only 1,800 square kilometers. Of course, the Principality of Clever is located on both sides of the Rhine River, which is the most fertile agricultural land and cannot be compared. And the land that Marin distributed to his generals must be matched with a lot of mountains. This is also as it should be. After all, which monarch is willing to easily give away good land that is all fertile plains to others? For example, the best pampas grassland near the La Plata River in South America was granted by Marin to his second son William. The better land of the later generations of the old Americans in North America can only be left to Caesar, the heir. Marin was not very happy to divide the earldom of Philadelphia. But now the North American colonies need Albert to manage, so Marin will not say anything. But he plans to wait for Albert to retire and give him a new fief. Of course, the territory will definitely be larger, and the climate and resources will not be bad. It's not that Marin is reluctant to give up the land of Philadelphia, but the geographical location of Philadelphia is too important. It belongs to the core area of the east coast of North America. There is a highly independent county in the middle, which is very troublesome to manage. In the future, Marin plans to transfer Albert to Brazil as the governor of Brazil to manage the Brazilian colonies. At the same time, in the southeast of Brazil, select the largest and best fiefdom for Albert in exchange for the county of Philadelphia. Moreover, Marin does not expect to receive any taxes in Brazil in the future. Because those noble territories will be autonomous territories except for military and diplomacy. And Albert will become the general manager of these autonomous territories and be responsible for helping to manage. After all, those military nobles of the North Sea Kingdom cannot go to Brazil to manage their territories. And Albert has rich experience in colonial management. It is indeed a good choice for him to help manage and develop the Brazilian colonies. Of course, this is more tragic for Albert. After finally developing the North American colonies, he was kicked to Brazil by Marin to continue the development of the wilderness. For this, Marin can only say sorry. At most, give more land as compensation. Besides, by then, he would be almost a king, so at most he could give Albert a dukedom. As for land, giving him 10,000 square kilometers would not be a big deal. After all, Brazil lacks everything except land. If it were the Amazon rainforest, Marin would give him 1 million square kilometers of land, as long as he had the ability to develop it. To put it bluntly, Marin just felt that it was a pity that Brazil was not developed, and was afraid that Spain and Portugal would be concerned about it, so he made use of the waste. It was just right to use it to compensate the military nobles under his command. At the same time, he could also use it to compensate his younger brother. In other words, the land was not valuable in this era, and his subordinates might even feel that they were losing out. But hundreds of years later, their descendants will be grateful for Marin's generosity. You know, the price of farms in later generations is generally several $1,000s per hectare. Even if only 1,000 square kilometers of the 5,000 square kilometers of land is developed into farms, there are still 100,000 hectares, which is worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars. If there is a prosperous city, the land there is calculated by square meters, which is even more valuable. Of course, the premise is that their descendants continue to own so much land. Chapter 1685 Planning. At a private meeting, Marin introduced the situation in Brazil to several important nobles under him, including Schwartz, Kahn, Wagner and Steindorf, and explained his plan to move their fiefs to Brazil in the future. However, Marin said that he would restrict them from recruiting people from the mainland to develop Brazil, because he did not have enough people to develop North America. Wagner asked, then, Grand Duke, such a large land, how can we develop it without population? This is a very contradictory decision. Since Marin gave them better land than Europe, in agriculture, he restricted them from recruiting immigrants from the mainland, which is difficult to deal with. After all, no matter how good the land is, someone has to develop it. Marin responded, it's not that you are not allowed to recruit people, but I limit you to recruit people from the mainland, especially Germans. My plan is to allow you to send a few hundred local guards to control the colonies. As for labor, you can capture local people. If that doesn't work, you can also buy black slaves. Or, you can recruit French and Poles. After a pause, Marin emphasized, but I want to remind you, within 30 years, it's best not to recruit foreigners who have connections with the mainland. For example, if you want to recruit French people, it's best to recruit people with a clean background and no connection with mainland France. Why? Steindorf was puzzled. Marin explained, America is too big. Brazil alone is much larger than mainland France. But now all of Europe has been deceived by me. Everyone mistakenly believes that America is a terrible and wild place. Therefore, no one is competing with us for America now. And if you mistakenly recruit French people who have connections with mainland France, if the information is transmitted back to mainland France, do you think the French will go to rob Brazil? France has a population of 15 million. If they are determined to compete with us, no one can rob them. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Indeed, the population of the North Sea Kingdom is too small compared to that of France. The population of 2 million is not even a fraction of that of France. It is no wonder that Marin is unwilling to give them too many people. After all, North America also needs a lot of people to develop. Then we buy Russian slaves? Schwartz asked. Marin nodded, yes, it's good to buy slaves. Slaves have no freedom and will not be too closely related to the local area. But if you buy Slavs, you have to pay attention to religious issues. The Russians are all Orthodox Christians. If they occupy too large a proportion of the population, there will definitely be problems in religion. Therefore, if you buy Russian slaves, you must ensure that the population proportion is not high, and they must all convert to Catholicism. Several people nodded repeatedly. They didn't care about these. Anyway, as long as the colony can be developed, it will be fine. As for how Brazilian agriculture will develop in the future, Marin gave suggestions based on his memory to focus on the development of coffee planting. In addition, mate tea planting can also be developed. Mate tea is a very special tea beverage in Paraguay, South America. Its origin is the jungle area of Paraguay. In later generations, Argentines were very popular with mate tea, just like Chinese people drank tea. In addition, several states in southern Brazil, that is, the states that Marin allocated to military nobles, and Uruguay in later generations were also very popular with mate tea. Mate tea is very important in South America. In the 1860s, the brutal Paraguayan War even broke out. At that time, the reason why Brazil assembled 100,000 troops and invaded Paraguay, which had only a few 100,000 people, was mainly to compete for the Mato Grosso region, later known as Mato Grosso do Sul, which was rich in yerba mate tea. Why did Brazil insist on seizing the Mato Grosso region instead of planting it itself? This involves an interesting story. It is said that yerba mate seeds are very difficult to germinate. Because the seed coat is very thick, it is difficult for the tender buds inside to break through the thick seed coat. If you plant the seeds directly, they will not germinate at all. Then, people thought that only Paraguay was suitable for the growth of yerba mate. It was not until later that people discovered that yerba mate seeds must be swallowed by a special kind of bird with bright feathers in Paraguay, and then digested. Instead of being digested, they were excreted with feces. But at this time, the surface of the yerba mate seeds had been digested a lot, and the yerba mate seeds were mixed in the bird droppings, which was nutritious enough, and then they could germinate. And because this planting method was too strange, and the birds that swallowed yerba mate seeds were only found in Paraguay and the nearby border areas of Brazil and Argentina. Therefore, the cultivation of yerba mate was only carried out in Paraguay and the border areas of Brazil and Argentina bordering Paraguay in later generations, especially in the Mato Grosso region that was taken away by Brazil. Marin planned to make the Brazilian colonies near Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo produce coffee in the future. The jungle areas near Paraguay focused on growing yerba mate. Since it was known that yerba mate seeds needed to be swallowed and digested by a special local bird before they could germinate, Marin could let his men raise this kind of bird to help digest the yerba mate seeds professionally. In addition, Paraguay in later generations seemed to be an important production area of tung oil. Moreover, Marin felt that several southern Brazilian states at the same latitude as Paraguay should also be suitable for the cultivation of tung oil. It might even be more suitable than Paraguay. After all, although the climate in Paraguay is similar to that in southern China, the terrain is a bit low. Several southern Brazilian states have many mountains and hills, which are just the right environment for the growth of tung oil. Even if the coastal areas are not suitable, the hills and the inland areas near Paraguay will definitely work. Then, it is no problem to plant lacquer trees here, and they can also be regarded as important industries. As for fruit trees, the local environment is very suitable for growing apples, pears, oranges, grapes and other fruits. Among them, grapes can also be used to make wine. Of course, these are all cash crops. As for food planting, Marin recommends rice planting. After all, the staple food of Brazil in later generations is also rice, which shows that the local area is very suitable for growing rice. Moreover, Brazil's dry rice is quite famous in later generations. At the same time, Brazil seems to be a major producer of soybeans. Although soybeans are not staple food, they are also very important because they can provide people with vegetable oil and can be used as concentrated feed for livestock. As for livestock breeding, Marin remembers that Brazil in later generations mainly raised humped cattle, that is, Indian cattle. Because humped cattle are not afraid of heat and are very suitable for tropical and subtropical climates. In this way, if you want to develop Brazil, maybe black slaves are not the best choice. The best choice is actually to go to India to buy some untouchables who can farm. Because Indians are experienced in growing rice, soybeans, and serving humped cattle. In the early development of Brazil, people and humped cattle were directly introduced from India. Brazil is much closer to India than India itself, so it is very convenient to import labor and cattle from India. Marin didn't know how much impact the economic development plan he set for his men today would have on Brazil. Because he admired Indians who knew how to grow rice and soybeans, and he also admired Indian humped cattle. As a result, his nobles kept introducing Indian labor and Indian humped cattle. Hundreds of years later, Brazil was seriously Indianized. Fortunately, Indians were used to being conquered and didn't make much trouble. In particular, the Indians introduced by Marin's nobles were mainly extremely obedient untouchables who were very easy to manage. Give them a little respect and they will be grateful. Moreover, strangely, they actually think they are humble themselves, and they tell their descendants that you are the descendants of a bastard and are born with a humble bloodline. How strange. Chapter 1686, Rebellion in the North American Colonies. Because of this peculiar characteristic of Indian untouchables, the nobles of the North Sea Kingdom later liked to introduce Indian untouchables into the Brazilian territory because they were particularly easy to manage. This is the peculiar caste system of India. Because of the existence of this barbaric culture, even the Indian untouchables themselves think that they are of low blood and deserve to be ruled and suffer. Even, they passed this idea to their descendants. Therefore, they are particularly easy to manage. As long as they have enough food and clothing, they will hardly resist. As for blacks, the first generation of black slaves must be honest, because the dishonest ones have been killed long ago. But from the second generation, some of the natures of blacks began to show. They have not experienced the threat of death, do not know awe, and are much more difficult to manage than the first generation of black slaves. Therefore, the later Brazilian noble territories directly introduced the extremely obedient Indian untouchables, and had no interest in the blacks in Africa, which was only separated by the Atlantic Ocean. This also led to Brazil almost becoming the second India. Moreover, the climate and terrain of Brazil are very similar to those of India. Indians are also very adaptable to Brazil and have developed the local area very well. By the 19th century, the prosperity here was comparable to that of India. Of course, it is mainly prosperous in agriculture. As for the level of industry and technology, it is still similar to that of mainland India. Moreover, the social order is better than that of mainland India. Because there are no so-called higher castes who are like idiots bullying the untouchables. In fact, in mainland India, those who resist colonial rule are generally green believers and upper castes of Hinduism who are used to being masters. Because they have a strong sense of ownership, think that they are the boss, and are not used to being enslaved. And those untouchables living at the bottom of society are indifferent to resisting colonial rule. Because no matter who is in power, they are miserable. Instead of this, it is better to accept colonial rule honestly. This is indeed the case. Even in the 21st century, the untouchables in India are miserable. The reason why Indians are self-conscious and feel that the people in their country are not worse than the Chinese is mainly because they don't regard the untouchables as human beings at all. Excluding the untouchables who are not considered human beings, Indians do not seem to be living too badly. What Marin didn't know was that in 2018, not long after he traveled through time, an untouchable riot broke out in India. Those long-oppressed Indian untouchables even spontaneously organized a large-scale commemoration of the Peshwa War in which the British Empire conquered India. Why is this so? Because the British Empire treated them as human beings, but the Indians themselves did not treat them as human beings. In the early 20th century, when Britain was still colonizing India, it had forced the government to retain a certain proportion of untouchable representatives to protect the human rights of the untouchables, and it was mandatory. After India's independence, although there were regulations, they were not implemented very well. Therefore, in later generations until the 21st century, the untouchables in India missed British rule. Of course, the British did not have any good intentions. It was purely because, in the eyes of the British, all Indians were untouchables. Therefore, it is not surprising to think that untouchables should have the same rights as those of higher castes. But the Indian untouchables remembered this favor and still remembered it in the 21st century. In fact, their so-called own people treated them much worse than the British. No comparison, no harm. Just like the first batch of Indian untouchables recruited by Marin to Cuba, they are now living happily. Because, although they are regarded as serfs, they are treated more friendly than in their own country. In Cuba, those Indian untouchables will not be inexplicably beaten and insulted by the so-called upper castes. Their wives and daughters will not be inexplicably violated by the so-called upper castes. As long as they work hard, both the governor of Granada, Old George, and the governor of Cuba, Terra, will treat them very kindly. At least, they can have enough food and warm clothes. Moreover, they don't need to give way to others casually when walking on the road. In India, untouchables must give way to anyone with a higher caste than them, even if it is a poor ghost of a higher caste. If they are tired, they can sit down without worrying about being beaten by the upper castes sitting with them. So much so that at first, the governor of Granada, Old George, suspected that those Indian untouchables had gone crazy. Because, how can being a serf be so happy? But he didn't know how badly these Indian untouchables were abused in their hometowns that they would be so happy to be serfs. In fact, the reason why India was conquered by foreign invaders for a long time is inseparable from their caste system. If you want to resist foreign regimes, enough cannon fodder soldiers are indispensable. But the untouchables who are most suitable for cannon fodder soldiers are unwilling to resist foreign rule because they can't see any hope. Anyway, they are born humble, and it's useless to resist. And those high castes who are willing to resist think they are noble and are not willing to be cannon fodder. Therefore, the Indians' resistance to foreign races has never been a climate, but they are just shouting fiercely. Marin, after communicating with several major generals, soon ushered in Christmas in 1514. This year's Christmas is very special, because Prince Caesar personally went to London to give Christmas gifts to his future wife, Princess Margaret. As Edward's only daughter, Princess Margaret, grew older, Marin also paid more attention to cultivating the feelings of the children. Christmas is a good opportunity to cultivate feelings. Therefore, Marin did not let Caesar spend Christmas at home, but sent 10 warships to escort Caesar to London to deliver Christmas gifts. Caesar did not need to use any romantic tricks to deal with an 8 or 9-year-old girl who had not yet developed. Marin's opinion on this age girl is very simple: snacks plus fairy tales. Therefore, the Christmas tree that Caesar sent to London this time was full of snacks. There are dried bananas, raisins, plums, various cakes, and onion-flavored biscuits. Of course, there are some dolls. In addition, the fairy tales that Caesar often told his brothers and sisters at home also came in handy at this time. However, after Christmas, before Caesar's ship returned, Marin received a surprising news from the New York colony: the new batch of Württemberg peasant prisoners of war in New Jersey rebelled. This news surprised Marin very much, because he never thought that those honest German peasants would have the courage to rebel. In fact, this was also an accidental situation. Because, in the second batch of Württemberg peasant army prisoners of war, there were a group of low-ranking officers who had followed Caspar, the leader of the Württemberg peasant uprising army. When the government army suppressed the uprising army, this group of people temporarily left the team to protect an important person, Caspar's cousin Belz. At that time, Caspar's cousin Belz was temporarily separated from the main army because of illness. Under the protection of a group of confidants, he hid and recuperated. When Belz recovered from his illness and came out of the mountain, Caspar was finished. However, they caught up with the second wave of uprisings organized by Chapman and others. But Belz was not familiar with Chapman and others, so he did not rashly reveal his identity, but mixed in the ordinary uprising army and continued to observe. Later, they were captured with the army before they finished observing Chapman. After arriving in the New Jersey area of the American colony, Belz found that there were few garrisons there, and the local environment was good, suitable for development, and even suitable for building a country. Finally, he could no longer hold back and encouraged the prisoners of the Württemberg peasant army to join him in launching a rebellion. Chapter 1687, Wolfgang takes action. Belz was Caspar's cousin. He used to be a peddler who could write and count. Originally, Belz was also a child from an ordinary peasant family. However, when he was a child, a Jewish merchant came to the village where his family lived. The young Belz admired the Jewish merchant's ability to write and count, so he often went to learn from him. The Jewish merchant was also very kind to the child. Although he did not teach him directly, he did not stop him from learning by himself. In this way, when he grew up, Belz also became a shrewd peddler who could write and count. His main business was to buy a batch of cheap scraps of cloth and needles and threads from the city, and then carry them on a shoulder pole to the countryside to exchange for food with farmers. The serfs in the countryside had very limited surplus food, but they were more in need of clothes. Most serfs could not afford to buy a whole piece of cloth, so the cheap scraps of cloth and needles and threads sold by peddlers like Belz were very popular in the countryside. A skilled peasant woman could make a colorful dress by mending the broken pieces of cloth. Moreover, the cost was low. Moreover, this colorful dress was quite popular. At this moment, the poor mercenaries in Germany also liked to wear this colorful dress with many pockets. In this way, the peasant women saved a lot of money and made clothes. But Belz made more money, because these pieces of cloth were not worth anything in the tailor shops in the city, and they were basically sold half price and half given away as garbage. But Belz's business was not big, mainly because few serfs in this era had much surplus food. The manor owners were very shrewd and were only willing to give the serfs enough food to keep them from starving. How could they give them too much food? Therefore, even if Belz found a business that looked good, it would be difficult for him to expand his business because the serfs did not have much surplus food. In particular, he was unlucky to live in the Duchy of Württemberg. Duke Ulrich of Württemberg imposed heavy taxes and extortions on the people, making the lives of the serfs even more difficult. If Belz had done this business in the North Sea Kingdom, he would have made a fortune long ago. Because the grain production in the North Sea Kingdom is very high, and Marin and his nobles also give more rations to the serfs. Exchanging food here is the real way to make money. And the Duchy of Württemberg, which originally had low grain production and encountered a tyrant, was really helpless. Therefore, when Caspar revolted, Belz learned the news and threw away his peddler without saying a word and followed his cousin Caspar. Moreover, he also served as an important position such as a quartermaster. But before the decisive battle, Belz suddenly fell ill and could not follow the main force. Therefore, Caspar left a dozen low-level officers to take care of Belz. At the same time, Belz escaped. When he joined the second wave of the uprising, Belz suddenly found that he was not familiar with any of the new leaders of the uprising, so he was a little worried that the new leader of the uprising would not tolerate him, the cousin of the previous leader. Then, he did not reveal his identity for the time being, but took a dozen of his confidants to act as ordinary uprising soldiers. When he began to trust Chapman and his men, the second wave of the uprising was also surrounded. Then, he and his men became prisoners of war and were transported to the New Jersey colony. After arriving in New Jersey, Belz was very lucky to be assigned to the same colony with a dozen of his men. The colony is located in the eastern part of the New Jersey colony. It was originally the residence of the Delaware people, but the Delaware people were fooled by Albert to live in Albany, so it was empty. Because it is located in the eastern part of New Jersey, unlike the colonies on the Delaware River in the west, they often station a lot of troops because they need to guard against the Shawnee on the west bank. Therefore, the eastern colony where Belz was located had only 20 soldiers, who were mainly responsible for supervising the work of 1,000 strong men in the colony. This gave Belz an opportunity. Belz found that the local natural environment was very superior. The fallen leaves in the forest piled up on the land by the river, layer after layer, and the soil was corrupted into gray and black. This was a sign of fertile soil. Moreover, their colony of 1,000 households was located on the bank of a river, which was an area that was extremely conducive to irrigation. If it were in the Württemberg region, this fertile land by the river would definitely be occupied by the great nobles and would not be left to ordinary people. But now, these 1,000 exiled people can use these lands at will. Something called ambition arose in Belz's heart. As a former traveling merchant, Belz's eloquence was naturally beyond reproach. After he summoned a dozen of his original subordinates, he easily fooled them and made them agree to follow him in the rebellion. Then, he found every opportunity to trick hundreds of other people into joining them. Then, one night, while the 20 soldiers in the colony were asleep, Belz led more than 100 mobs that he had tricked to the tool room. A guy who had been a thief used wire to pry open the door lock and took the felling axe used for work during the day. Then, more than 100 people armed with felling axes attacked the soldiers' station overnight. After splitting the camp gate with felling axes, they used felling axes to kill the 20 unfortunate soldiers. The next day, Belz gathered thousands of strong men in the colony and announced that he would do something big in this wild continent. But now that the people in the colony had no worries about food and drink, many people were unwilling to respond. Belz was furious and ordered the killing of dozens of people who openly opposed him on the spot. Then, he forced all the strong men in the colony to pick up felling axes, follow him in rebellion, and worship him as the Grand Duke of the Wilderness. Afterwards, Belz led these thousands of people, armed with woodcutters' axes, and attacked several new colonies nearby in the style of the Axe Gang. Then, his troops expanded to 8,000, reaching more than half of the 15,000 new immigrants. In fact, when Caspar first led the peasant army to besiege Stuttgart, it was also 8,000 people. With so many people, Belz's mentality began to swell. He felt that he should be invincible here. At this time, Albert only had 2,000 colonial troops. And the newly recruited 3,000 people had not yet arrived. Belz and his men landed in New York Harbor, so they naturally knew the situation in New York. Moreover, Belz also knew that in New York, the granaries were full of wheat. And the arsenal also contained weapons and armor that could equip thousands of people. Therefore, after Belz's men exceeded 8,000, he decisively ordered a direct attack on Manhattan Island in New York to seize the granaries and arsenals there. But in New York, Albert knew nothing about this. Because New Jersey is a newly developed colony, there is no complete early warning system. For example, there are not many beacon towers. Only on the Delaware River, a few beacon towers were built to guard against Indians. The rebels of Belz mainly acted in the eastern part of New Jersey. They did not go to the Delaware, so they naturally did not trigger the beacon tower, and Albert naturally did not receive the news. When 8,000 rebels attacked Manhattan Island, Albert was frightened and in a panic. Fortunately, there was no bridge connecting Manhattan Island and the west coast at this time. Belz's troops spent a lot of time on the rafts on the shore, which also gave Albert plenty of preparation time. When Belz's army basically landed on Manhattan Island, Albert's 2,000 colonial troops were basically in place. At first, Albert did not pay too much attention to these rebels. After all, these people did not even have armor, and everyone had only a logging axe, which looked very shabby. So Albert sent out 1,000 sword and shield soldiers, intending to defeat the enemy with a charge. However, Albert did not know that the rebels holding wood-cutting axes were the nemesis of his sword and shield soldiers. Albert's sword and shield soldiers wore wood lamellar armor or wooden plate armor. The shields in their hands were also simple wooden shields. Such protection was naturally enough for the Indians who were still in the Stone Age. However, their opponents were the rebels with long-handled wood-cutting axes. And the wood-cutting axes were the nemesis of wooden products. In this way, the shields and armor of Albert's sword and shield soldiers were split by the rebels' axes one after another, and they had no resistance. 1 hour later, after losing 300 people, the colonial army was defeated. Albert was immediately frightened. While ordering the remaining 1,700 men to retreat to the Manhattan Castle, he also sent people to the Long Island pier to pass on the order to let the shipyard be on guard. At the same time, he sent ships to ask for help from the mainland. The report that Marin received was sent out at that time. But just when Albert was desperate, the 50 Wolf-Fong commandos who had been following Albert as guards stood up. They all participated in the killing of King James IV of Scotland, and in order to keep it secret, they had to run to North America. Usually, they were very low-key, wearing only ordinary clothes and following Albert. So much so that Albert almost forgot that they were the real ruthless people. In the critical moment, these 50 Wolf-Fong commandos opened their boxes, put on the full body plate armor that they had treasured for a long time, and picked up the long-lost maces. Of course, they did not attack rashly. Under the command of Wolf-Fong Captain Cook, the members of the Wolf-Fong Commando first hid on the top of the city wall and observed for 2 consecutive days, and finally locked the location of Bells and other rebel generals. Then, when the rebels withdrew for lunch at noon, the gate of Manhattan Castle suddenly opened, and 50 Wolf-Fong commandos wearing full-plate armor took the lead, leading thousands of sword and shield soldiers to rush straight to the enemy's command tent. The rebels who were having lunch had not yet fully reacted, and the Wolf-Fong commando led by Cook rushed into the central army tent where Bells was, and after a barrage of maces, Bells and his trusted generals were smashed into meat patties. The rebels were so proud of their felling axes, but they were helpless against real plate armor. They watched helplessly as 50 fierce Wolf-Fong commandos charged directly into the central army tent. During the whole process, only 5 Wolf-Fong commandos were injured by the force of the axes, but none of them were seriously injured, just slightly injured. Later, under the leadership of the Wolf-Fong commandos, Albert's army easily defeated several waves of resistance organized by the rebels, and then controlled the docks full of rafts, cutting off the retreat of all the rebels. After a day of fighting, more than 1,000 of the more than 8,000 rebels were killed, and the rest all surrendered. Just when Marin was hurriedly preparing to organize an army to expedition to the New York colony, Albert's second letter was delivered, Wolf-Fong took action, and the rebels were wiped out. Chapter 1688, Public Execution. After reading the entire battle report, Marin was amazed. Cook, the captain of the entire Wolf-Fong commando, was so calm that he spent 2 days observing the location and habits of the enemy commander. He found the best time to attack and then dealt a fatal blow to the enemy. The whole process made Marin, the so-called military expert, unable to find any fault. Of course, if it were Marin, he would probably choose to attack in the middle of the night. Because this is his habit and his personality. But there is also a disadvantage: if the enemy is prepared, he may fall into the enemy's ambush. The time Cook chooses to attack may be more profitable than a night attack. However, it is more unexpected and safer. In broad daylight, the dominant party will definitely not expect the enemy to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the situation outside is clear at a glance, and it is impossible to ambush. It can be seen that Captain Cook is a very calm and decisive officer. And in the Wolf-Fong commando full of muscular men, it is rare to find such a smart officer. Since Cook has made a contribution, Marin will naturally not be stingy with rewards. Fortunately, Cook stepped forward this time and suppressed the rebels. If New York fell, God knows what would happen. In particular, Albert and his wife both lived in the Manhattan Castle. If something happened to them, old Hoffman would have to beat him up. So, Marin ordered that Cook was promoted to the phalanx leader for his meritorious service in suppressing the rebels and served as the commander of the New York garrison. At the same time, he was awarded the noble title of Ordinary Knight. From then on, Cook was considered to have entered the aristocratic class. At the same time, he also became one of the senior commanders of the colony. After all, there are only 2 phalanxes in the New York colony now. Before the successful establishment of the Colonial Legion, the phalanx leader was the highest-ranking officer position in the colony. At the end of Albert's letter, he asked Marin how to deal with those rebels. Albert told Marin in the letter that the rebel officers were basically killed, including the loyalists of the rebel officers. Of course, many unlucky people who were coerced were also killed. There was no way. When fighting, they happened to be standing on the route of the official army's charge, blocking the way, and had to be killed. Then, after interrogation and statistics, 523 of the 8,000 rebels voluntarily followed Bells to launch the rebellion. They were all loyal to Bells and served as officers. The others were basically farmers who were coerced. In the previous counterattack, the 523 loyal to Bells had been killed because they were dressed differently from others and had different weapons in their hands, mainly soldiers seized from several colonies and spare weapons of the soldiers. The remaining 400 or 500 people who were killed were just blocking the way. After reading the letter, Marin thought for a long time. This rebellion was too bad, and it also made Marin realize one thing, that is, the farmers who participated in the rebellion were different from the farmers who had never done bad things. Ordinary farmers who have never done anything out of the ordinary are honest and simple, and are easier to manage. The farmers who participated in the rebellion are different. In the terms of criminal investigation in later generations, they are all people with criminal records, and are key targets for prevention. In fact, most people in this world are centrists between good and bad. No one is born good, and no one is born bad. Man is good at birth and man is evil at birth are both bullshit. At the beginning, people are actually a blank sheet of paper, without the attributes of good and evil. Therefore, in ancient times, there was an important indicator for the assessment of officials educating the people. In other words, people need education, even adults. The law can only organize people to do evil, but cannot guide people to be good. Only those who have been educated will know shame and respect morality. Moreover, educating people to be good is much more difficult than tempting people to do evil. Educating people requires long-term and unremitting efforts, but tempting people to do evil only takes one time. As long as you take a person with a general concept of good and evil to steal once, and succeed and get a lot of money, then this person with a general concept of good and evil can easily go astray from then on. Because he sees the benefits. In the same way, those poor farmers were originally very honest under the management of the government. Although they are poor and can't eat enough, they still abide by the law. However, they have been coerced once and rebelled once, that's different. When they rebelled, the leader would definitely reward them with the wine and meat they robbed in order to win them over. In this way, after a period of happy life of drinking big bowls of wine and eating big pieces of meat, the thoughts of these originally simple farmers may have changed. After all, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's difficult to go from luxury to frugality. But if they want to continue to live a luxurious life, they can only rebel again without knowing anything. Therefore, the farmers who have participated in the rebellion are different from those who have never rebelled. Their inner thoughts have changed a lot. Then, this kind of peasant who has rebelled has become more dangerous. If they have participated in more than 2 rebellions but have not been punished too severely, they will probably think that rebellion is just like that. Then, they may participate in the 3rd rebellion, or even the 4th time. So, Marin thought about it and felt that he had to be ruthless this time. Otherwise, there will be no way to control this gang in the future. After thinking it over and over again, Marin finally made up his mind and made an extremely severe punishment decision. All 523 diehards who participated in the Bel's rebellion, even if they have been killed, their families will all be executed. Of course, underage girls and little boys under the age of 5 who have not remembered anything can be spared, but they will be sent away from the New Jersey colony and sent to other areas to start their lives again. Of course, they have no future, and they are also prohibited from studying and joining the army. The reason why they are left is just because of population needs. As for the remaining 7,000 people, although they are not extremely evil. However, if they participate in the rebellion without paying the price, they will continue to participate in the next rebellion in the future. Therefore, Marin also gave a severe punishment, all labor reform for 10 years. In other words, the 7,000 surviving men cannot be pardoned for participating in the rebellion for the 2nd time. In the future, they will be incorporated into labor camps, and they will not be able to live with their families like other immigrants, but in labor camps, under the supervision of soldiers, to participate in collective labor. As for their families, they will not be punished. However, there are only a few opportunities to visit the prisoners every year. For the labor camp composed of 7,000 strong men, Marin plans to let them specialize in logging and building roads and bridges to serve the construction of public infrastructure in the colony. North America is full of forests, which makes it very difficult to develop. Most immigrants only log at the beginning, and after clearing enough land for reclamation, they are mainly busy with farming. How can they have time to log again? Only during the slack season can they organize logging. The prisoners in these 7,000 labor camps are different. They have lost their freedom, and there is enough food in the colony. Therefore, let them cut down trees all year round, and then build roads and bridges to facilitate the development of the colony. Needless to say, building roads and bridges is convenient for the people in the colony to travel, and it is also convenient for the colonial officials to control various places. The main purpose of logging is to squeeze the living space of the Indians. In North America, the Indians are difficult to deal with because they have dense primeval forests as cover. But if the forests are cut down, these Indians will have nowhere to hide and will no longer be the opponents of the colonial army. Without the forests to hide, the colonial army can easily crush them. The retreat of the forest means the retreat of the native Indians. Otherwise, on the plains without forest cover, any cavalry team can easily annihilate the Indian tribal warriors. As long as this 7,000-person labor camp cuts out a very wide plain isolation zone between the colonial farms and the North American forests, the colonial farms will be much safer. Because the Indians don't have the courage to walk out of the forest and confront the colonial army on the plains. This is a punishment for those farmers who followed the rebellion. And for the 523 diehards who took the initiative to follow the rebellion, Marin will be much more cruel. In order to deter the prisoners of war in the colonies, Marin forced and ordered the public execution of all 523 diehards' families by the Delaware River. Moreover, all colonies must send all able-bodied men to the Delaware River to watch the execution. Only in this way can those able-bodied men who were prisoners of war understand that the consequences of rebellion are serious and the whole family will die. In fact, the public execution of prisoners has always been an important means of maintaining public order. In later generations, European and American countries dealt with criminals privately and lost the original intention of the death penalty. The death penalty was originally intended to deter those who had bad intentions. As a result, you did not execute them publicly, and the meaning of the death penalty was lost at all. Especially some young people who were stupid and did not see the serious consequences of doing evil with their own eyes, so they had no awe in their hearts. If they could not feel the cruelty, they would commit crimes in the future. But young people who have seen several public executions of prisoners will generally calm down. Because they have intuitively felt the terrible consequences of crime. Similarly, Marin did not hesitate to publicly execute 523 households of the elderly, weak women and children this time, just to deter those able-bodied men who had a history of rebellion. He wanted to use the screams of the 523 women and children before they died to scare them severely, so that they would not dare to mess around in the future. Chapter 1689, Playing the Pitiable. Marin was actually very uneasy about ordering the execution of women and children. As a modern man, he felt that this was actually too much. But Marin, who had been a noble for 20 years, knew that this was necessary. Ancient people had little culture, and few people could understand and notice. Moreover, they were easily deceived. Therefore, it was useless to talk to a group of uneducated people no matter how much they talked to them. Because they couldn't remember. But if you kill people in front of them, they will understand. Because this is very intuitive and clear. To describe it with an idiom, it is called killing chickens to scare monkeys. Seeing blood in public can scare even monkeys with low IQs, let alone humans who are much smarter than monkeys. This trick has been tried and tested, so it is universally used. Only the idiot saints in later European generations were so kind that they sympathized with the most vicious criminals and abolished the death penalty. It is precisely because of the abolition of the death penalty that immigrants in the Middle East were very happy to see that they didn't have to die for committing crimes. Let's commit crimes happily. Of course, we can't blame the buddies in the Middle East in the past. There are also many perverts in Europe. Anyway, you don't have to die if you commit a crime. The United States was once influenced by this kind of Madonna thinking and suspended the execution of the death penalty. But later, they couldn't help but resume the death penalty. There is no way. If you don't do something cruel, you can't scare those villains. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Never overestimate the humanity of some people. As long as there are villains, the death penalty should be maintained. Otherwise, how can justice be upheld? Human nature is complicated, but most people are afraid of death. Therefore, public execution of the death penalty is the best way to deter later comers. Marin actually didn't want to hurt the elderly, weak women and children, but he needed social stability more. Therefore, he could only sacrifice their lives to warn later comers. Moreover, Marin didn't think that the families of the rebels were completely innocent. You know, once the rebellion is successful, the families of these rebels will be promoted to noble families. Therefore, they enjoy wealth and glory, and they are not innocent when they are killed. Only those who have clearly expressed their opposition before the rebellion and have drawn a clear line with the rebels can be considered innocent. Otherwise, they all deserve to be killed. Only the ancient Chinese people who often punished 9 clans and exterminated 10 clans were excessive. Because whether a person rebelled or not, his relatives may not know. Some people were inexplicably implicated and their whole family was killed without knowing anything. Marin repeatedly found theoretical basis for himself in his heart, persuaded himself, and finally accepted it all calmly. Considering that if the most popular hanging is used for the execution of the death penalty, the trachea on the prisoner's neck will be strangled, and the screams cannot be made, which is not enough to deter the onlookers. Therefore, Marin finally decided to adopt the more popular shooting in later generations. Shooting will not strangle the trachea on the neck, and will not affect the wailing of the prisoner. Moreover, the bullets are shot at the heart, which does not affect the sound of the head. In addition, the blood that spurts out after the bullet penetrates the human body is also quite visually impactful and has great deterrence. So, things were settled. Once the prisoners of war from Württemberg in New Jersey are basically in place, they will be publicly shot to deter them. After this incident, Marin also realized that he was too hasty. For those who have had bad kings, it is better to control and educate them for a period of time before they are trustworthy. It was indeed a big mistake for Marin to directly throw tens of thousands of peasants who participated in the rebellion to the colonies without sending many people to supervise. Of course, after learning from this lesson, Marin will basically not make the same mistake again. For example, Marin paid more attention to the management of the Hungarian peasant uprising prisoners of war in Goslar. These tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war can't make any waves. After all, Hanks is monitoring them day and night with a regular 10,000-man army. But these people will eventually be sent to the American colonies, so Marin now pays more attention to monitoring these people. For this reason, Marin plans to develop a group of spies among these tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war, specifically to monitor the words and deeds of these people. If they are dissatisfied, they will be secretly recorded. Later, when these tens of thousands of prisoners of war began to be diverted, those prisoners of war who had expressed rebellious tendencies will continue to stay in Goslar to mine until they can't dig anymore. Only those who are honest can be sent to America for development. In addition, the formation of the American Legion should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. If there is another rebellion, Marin doesn't know if Albert can resist it. And the counterattack routine of the Wolf-Fang Commando may not work the second time. In fact, if the rebels had a professional war hammer unit at that time, which was specially used to smash the hammer, the 50 Wolf-Fang Commando warriors would be useless even if they wore a full set of plate armor. After all, their number is too small. So, Marin plans to directly form an overseas legion and send it to the American colonies to supervise those farmers with criminal records. Moreover, Marin plans to publicly recruit soldiers for the overseas legion this time. At the same time, Marin also plans to make the rebellion in the North American colonies public. Of course, Marin did not say that he would recruit a legion of 10,000 people, but directly recruited 2 phalanxes, 2,500 people, to ensure the safety of the colonies. But it is hard to say how many people will be recruited in the end. Just like in the previous life, Jiang Guangtou of the 8th Route Army of China gave the establishment of 3 divisions. As a result, at the end of the anti-Japanese war, the 8th Route Army had more than 1 million people, and it was no longer a problem of overstaffing. Marin planned to learn this trick. On the surface, he recruited more than 2,000 people. In fact, he thought that 10,000 people were not enough, and he planned to recruit as many as he could. Anyway, there is a lot of land in the North American colonies, and a lot of food can be grown, so they can support enough people. In fact, Marin had long realized that he had bought hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war to develop America, which aroused the jealousy and fear of other countries. Therefore, this public rebellion and public recruitment of soldiers also have the meaning of selling misery. You see, I introduced prisoners of war and something big happened. Don't be jealous and hate me. I am so miserable. I didn't introduce labor, but I asked for trouble. And don't learn from me. Sure enough, when Marin spread the news of this rebellion, the various vassal states expressed regret on the surface, but privately, their stomachs hurt from laughing. Asking you to introduce so many people to develop the wild continent, you deserve it now, right? Even, several nobles who had a bad relationship with Marin had a private gathering and toasted to celebrate Marin's defeat. And just as Marin expected, because of this act of selling misery, the jealousy of some countries caused by Marin's monopoly of the benefits of the savage continent was also dispelled because of this incident. In general, although Marin was really defeated this time, this act of selling misery achieved the desired goal. Moreover, it gave Marin a reason to recruit soldiers publicly. After all, it is difficult to hide the recruitment of soldiers from everyone. After this act of selling misery, Marin's recruitment in southern Germany will not cause everyone's tension. Chapter 1690 The Reason for Being Hacked. As Marin expected, after the foreshadowing of selling misery, everyone didn't care much about him sending people to recruit soldiers in southern Germany. If it were before, they would definitely be very nervous, guarding against Marin's expansion of the army. Even some people would link Marin's expansion of the army to the issue of the emperor's desire to unify Germany. And this time Marin sold misery first, so everyone was not so strict about his recruitment. You know, many vassal states did not allow Marin's men to recruit soldiers or even immigrants in their territory before. This time, Marin took the opportunity of selling misery and sent Johnny, who looked bitter and vengeful, as an envoy to the various vassal states in a humble manner in order to obtain approval for recruiting mountain people locally. As for how many people were recruited locally in the end, it would be difficult to check. As long as Marin is not as smart as Aunt Baiyun, who specializes in plucking wool from a sheep, but recruits a little in this vassal state and a little in that vassal state. A little accumulates into a lot, and it is not easy for people to see. As long as the region is scattered enough, it is difficult for those vassal states to conduct a comprehensive statistics. Moreover, don't forget that Marin can also send people to privately bribe the local nobles of those vassal states to help them conceal the real data. As Marin discovered before, the local nobles of those vassal states have long been accustomed to the two-faced way of doing things. As long as they pay hush money, they don't mind lying to their feudal lords. Anyway, this is not a direct betrayal, and it has nothing to do with honor and righteousness. Moreover, for the vassal states in southern Germany, almost every country will have a surplus population. And those mountain people mostly moved from various manors to the mountains and forests. Because the manor land in the southern region is limited, there is no need for too many serfs. And the serfs' families generally don't have only one child. The extra children either go to the city to be an apprentice craftsman, or run to the mountains to survive. Because life in the mountains is more difficult than in the manor, the nobles generally cannot get taxes from the poor mountain people. At most, after they hunt prey, they will impose heavy taxes, because the mountains and forests are theoretically owned by the nobles. Therefore, the princes and local nobles in southern Germany actually don't care much about the whereabouts of the mountain people. Even many nobles are worried that these fierce mountain people will become bandits. At that time, they will have to send troops to encircle and suppress them, which is very troublesome and will cost a lot of money. This is the point. If Marin didn't have the background of the emperor, those princes would worry that Marin would join forces with the emperor to unify Germany when he became powerful. These people would even agree with Marin to send people to recruit those mountain people. Fortunately, Marin knows the trick of selling misery. You know, before crossing, Marin has seen many contestants in the entertainment industry who successfully attracted enough votes by selling misery, and advanced or even won the championship. The routine is old, but it works. Moreover, in the 16th century, this routine has not been used up yet. The messenger sent by Marin, Unlucky Johnny, was originally a bitter and vengeful look, which made people feel sympathetic. Marin sent him to be an envoy and sell misery, and the effect was not generally good. Then, after the new year of 1515, the hottest topic in the German region was that Marin spent a lot of money and introduced many peasant rebel prisoners of war to open up the wild continent, but encountered the misfortune of rebellion. As the most successful representative of Germany's Joussi counterattack, Marin is certainly very popular among German civilians and wandering knights. But on the contrary, Marin has a very bad reputation among the German princes. It's not that Marin is not good enough, but that Marin's way of counterattack makes the princes who are born as nobles feel threatened. If there are more Marins in Germany, how can they mix? You know, Marin's road to rise, but he has stepped on a large number of old nobles along the way. For example, the Sexner family slaughtered by Marin, and a large number of old nobles who were forced to move to Bremen province. Therefore, those old nobles usually try their best to slander Marin. Even if they understand that Marin is also a prince, he will not really help the emperor unify Germany. However, because of their hostility towards Marin, reversal loser, the princes could not help but spread rumors and slander, saying that Marin was like a loyal dog of the Habsburg family. In other words, the prince's resistance and suppression of Marin was not entirely because he was once the emperor's subordinate. One of the very important reasons is that the princes, who are born noble, are very afraid of Marin, a counterattack loser. Because the success of each loser means the end of at least one old-school aristocratic family. And as the vested interests of born noble, how can these nobles tolerate someone destroying the order and stability of this world? In their view, the lower class should honestly obey their rule and oppression. You are a wandering knight, can't you be a good thug for our nobles? You actually want to be an aristocrat on an equal footing with us? It's simply intolerable. But this reason cannot be spoken publicly. Otherwise, they will arouse the disgust of a large number of wandering knights. After all, Marin is the idol and motivation for all wandering knights in Germany. The nobles also need these wandering knights to help them fight and protect their safety. Therefore, they can only seize the black spot that Marin was once the emperor's subordinate and that the emperor once wanted to unify Germany, and try their best to blacken Marin. In short, those nobles with noble blood do not want to see the lower people counterattack successfully. Because this will affect the original order of society and the interests of these vested interest families. So they blacken Marin to death. Even as a traverser, Marin has never figured out this truth, and he really thought that he was just dragged down by the emperor. It's no wonder that Marin comes from the future generations of the idea of equality for all, and he never thinks that he is inferior to others. Therefore, he generally doesn't think about the high and low of people. Even when using people, Marin prefers to use generals of civilian origin. And his origin and his love of using civilian generals are very eye-catching in the eyes of old nobles. In other words, Marin broke the rules. These nobles would not look for the reason from the incompetence of their family members, but only saw that Marin broke the traditional rule that officers generally use noble children. If everyone does this, what future do the useless children of noble families have? Marin can be said to have set a very bad example for those old nobles. That is, he refused to accept those noble children who had no ability. Therefore, with the two bad rules, reasons of the loser's counterattack, ruining the original social order, and refusing to accept useless noble children, it would be strange if those old nobles did not blacken Marin to death. Chapter 1691, Silence. The nobles also have to save face, that is, they care about the so-called honor. They can't say directly that they are afraid that Marin will destroy the original social order, nor do they have the face to say that Marin's practice of appointing civilian generals has cut off the future of the useless nobles. Therefore, they can only seize the more obvious black point of Marin is the emperor's lackey and may help the emperor unify Germany to blacken Marin. Under the influence of public opinion, many people who don't know the truth still mistakenly believe it. Even Marin himself believed it and thought he was dragged down by the emperor. How could he know that the princes were just worried that there would be too many Marins in the world and replace them? At the same time, many old nobles are also worried that their useless children without inheritance rights can't find jobs. Therefore, most of the old nobles are so hostile to Marin. In the final analysis, Marin still endangers the survival of many noble children. Not every noble child is capable, or in other words, most noble children are actually very incompetent. If the lower class of humble origins can easily emerge and even become princes, how can these incompetent, noble blood people live? Even though Marin is considered a smart person among the time travelers, because of the cultural differences of hundreds of years, he has long been accustomed to the modern thinking of equality for all, and the capable are on top, the mediocre are left behind, in later generations, and has not noticed how much impact his party has on the nobles of this era. Not to mention that those incompetent nobles feel threatened, even those powerful nobles are very dissatisfied with this. After all, who doesn't have a few incompetent dude? Just because you have the ability yourself doesn't mean that your descendants will have the ability. Marin replaced the incompetent noble children with capable civilian children, which is purely to smash the rice bowls of most noble children. In this era, because of the inheritance system of the eldest son takes all, the noble children who are not the eldest son are very sad. Among them, only a small number of them can take shelter from the family because of their powerful family and continue to eat and wait for death. For example, the other sons of the king and the duke could at least get a piece of land and continue to eat and wait for death. For the less wealthy aristocratic families, or the aristocratic families with lower titles, the other sons could only go out to make a living. There are two main ways to make a living. One is to serve as an official for their brothers or other great nobles. After all, in this era, most Europeans are illiterate, and the children of the nobles are literate no matter how useless they are. As long as they don't commit suicide, they can basically get an official position. This is a bit like the ancient Chinese Tang dynasty, because the aristocratic families monopolized knowledge, the children of the aristocratic families could always get an official position. But Marin taught the common people to read and promote the common people to become officers and even civil servants, which was equivalent to smashing the rice bowls of the aristocratic children. Although it was reasonable for Marin to select capable people to hold important positions, in the eyes of those nobles, it was equivalent to letting the aristocratic children with no outstanding abilities die. For them, not being able to hold an official position and gain wealth and honor was equivalent to letting them die. The Sui dynasty came up with the imperial examination system in order to break the monopoly of the aristocratic families on the official class. As a result, those noble families said nothing on the surface, but they stabbed hard in the back and tossed away a powerful Sui dynasty. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin also went through a series of struggles with the noble families, but still failed to complete the success. Sometimes, Li Shimin also had to make some concessions. It was not until Wu Zetian came to power that she relied on dishonorable means such as encouraging informing, various false accusations and killings of many people, that the noble families were suppressed. Similarly, when Marin smashed the rice bowl of the noble children, he must have encountered huge resistance at the beginning. Just like his plan to recruit soldiers and immigrants, he was opposed and obstructed by many princes. Fortunately, the Beihai kingdom, like the Tang dynasty, was strong and powerful, and was not afraid of such opposition and obstruction. However, it was inevitable to encounter many troubles in the early stage. As for another way out for the nobles who were not the eldest sons, it was more helpless, that is, becoming a priest. Becoming a priest can save a lot of marriage expenses, which is a method that poor princes like to use. After all, the marriage of princes and princesses from the princely families is no joke, and the cost is staggering. Just like Denmark married a princess to King James III of Scotland, but because they couldn't afford the dowry, they actually ceded the Shetland Islands and Orkney Islands to the Kingdom of Scotland as a dowry. Of course, because it was too dangerous to give birth in this era, the queen died of dystocia at any time. Therefore, the princesses still had no worries about getting married. Especially as the successor of the monarch after the death of the queen, they didn't need much dowry. But the princes of the poor princes were unlucky. They couldn't divide the family property to their other sons, and they couldn't afford the high cost of marrying a wife. So, some nobles simply let their sons who were not the eldest sons become priests. Of course, because of their noble status, they didn't start as ordinary priests, but senior priests with a certain status. For example, the descendants of the Pope's relatives became priests, which was even more powerful. They directly became cardinals under the protection of the Pope. Although the princes were not so powerful, they could still ask the church for a high position. Even some noble children, mainly in the German region, can run for the church prince of the German church principality after becoming senior clergy. And after becoming a church prince, they can also subsidize and help the original injection. For example, Bishop Conrad, who was previously the Bishop of Munster. Of course, letting your son become a priest is a helpless choice. Under normal circumstances, the main way out for most noble children is to become an official. After all, they are of noble birth and culture. After all, if you let your son become a priest, there will be no legitimate heirs. Once the eldest son has no offspring, the fiefdom will fall into the hands of other families. Therefore, generally, families will not let their sons become priests unless they have no choice, for fear that the family will be extinct. Unless there are too many sons, there will be several, and only one or two will be selected to be priests. But if you don't want to be a priest, you have to have an official position, and you have to have a decent position. Therefore, the nobles naturally do not allow civilians to compete with them for official positions. Even military officers who fight hard on the battlefield are one carrot and one pit. How can they let civilians compete? Marin's behavior of letting civilians serve as civil and military officials also annoyed them. They didn't want their children to serve as officials in the North Sea Kingdom, but they were afraid that Marin would take the lead and let other princes follow suit. If the North Sea Kingdom was still the East Frisian earldom of only more than 3,000 square kilometers, they might not care much. However, Marin's current North Sea Kingdom has an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, which is almost a quarter of the area of the Holy Roman Empire. The impact is too great. Therefore, many nobles tacitly did not mention this matter, but used the name of Emperor's running dog to blacken Marin to death. Marin was not aware of this because his thoughts were influenced by modern thoughts. And his two allies who noticed it were unwilling to tell him. Whether it was Emperor Maximilian I or Duke John II of Clever of the Lamarck family, they knew the reason why Marin was blackened. After all, these two are old foxes. However, both of them chose not to tell Marin the truth. Why? Maximilian I believed that Marin's hostility with the princes would help the Habsburg family win over Marin. Otherwise, if Marin reconciled with the princes, the Habsburg family would not only lose a strong ally, but also gain a strong enemy. Therefore, Maximilian I would tell Marin the truth unless he was crazy. Although Duke John II of Clever married the Hoffman family, the Principality of Clever was adjacent to the North Sea Kingdom, and the Lamarck family actually did not feel safe. After all, the military strength of the North Sea Kingdom was too strong. If Marin reconciled with most of the princes, then if the North Sea Kingdom sent troops to annex the Principality of Clifford, it is estimated that no one would stand up to help speak. Marin's hostility to the princes is in the interests of the Lamarck family. Because, when most of the princes are hostile to the North Sea Kingdom, Marin needs the support of his allies. Otherwise, everyone is friendly to Marin, and the Lamarck family will have no use for the North Sea Kingdom. It can be annexed at will. Therefore, Marin's two major allies, knowing the important reason why Marin and the princes have a bad relationship, chose to remain silent. Because it is good for them not to mention this. Chapter 1692, Robert becomes a disciple. This is the relationship between countries. Everyone is just a friend of interest. No one will be open to you. If it is good for both parties, everyone will naturally work together. However, if the interests are different, the choice will be different. Therefore, it is not surprising that Maximilian I and John II chose this way. If they take the initiative to tell Marin the truth, it would be stupid. In addition, Marin's other allies, the Hanseatic League, the knowledgeable people among them, also saw Marin's problems, but also chose to remain silent. Why? Because they also hope that Marin's relationship with other princes will be a little stiff, so that they can have the opportunity to get along with both sides. As for some allies who are not smart enough and not at a high level, they can't see the key and can't remind Marin. But this time, because the prisoners of war introduced from the Duchy of Württemberg launched a rebellion, Ulrich, the Duke of Württemberg, felt very guilty. So, he quietly sent someone to tell Marin about it. After all, Duke Ulrich received more than 1 million gold coins from Marin and ate his fill. Moreover, it seems that Marin was pitted. Out of embarrassment, and fearing that Marin would regret it, Ulrich sent someone to provide Marin with this important information. Of course, it's not that Duke Ulrich is smart and has vision. It's because, as a prince of a great country, Ulrich has a group of advisors around him. They saw it and told Ulrich. Duke Ulrich was afraid that Marin would regret it and ask for a refund, so he sold a favor and quietly told Marin the news. After getting the news from Duke Ulrich, Marin frowned and thought for a long time, and then suddenly realized. It's no wonder that the collision between modern and ancient ideas is a very normal thing. Every time a reform is carried out, the new and old schools have to go through a desperate battle, not to mention the difference in ideas for hundreds of years. Originally, Marin thought of adjusting his thinking. But after thinking about it, he found helplessly that he seemed to be unable to compromise with those old nobles. Why? If Marin wants to eat and wait for death, he can naturally compromise with the old nobles. However, he is an ambitious man who wants to annex northern Germany and the American colonies alone. In this way, he needs the North Sea Kingdom to become very strong. However, if he compromises with those old nobles and appoints those incompetent noble children, the North Sea Kingdom will not be able to become strong according to his plan. After all, the children of the old nobles have a set of old-fashioned rules of conduct and will not change easily. On the contrary, the civilian officers and civil servants promoted by Marin can only listen to Marin's command because there is no traditional convention. In this way, if Marin wants to make the North Sea Kingdom strong through reform, he cannot use the children of those old nobles as the main officials. Even if he uses those noble children, he can only use a small number of obedient ones. Most officials still have to rely on those obedient civilian children. In other words, even if Marin knows where the problem lies, he can't do anything. Unless he is ready to eat and wait for death in the future, he doesn't care about the strength of the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, Duke Ulrich's reminder is not completely useless. At least, Marin knew where the real problem was, and he would not waste his energy on useless work. For example, Marin did not need to explain to other princes that he was not the emperor's running dog. People's attention was not on this at all. In addition, Marin knew the truth, and he could also arrange spies and make some targeted propaganda. For example, Marin didn't want to employ noble children, but those noble children looked down on his origin, no nobles were willing to join him, he could only choose to train civilians as new nobles, and then work for him. Such propaganda is actually a kind of defense. It's not that I don't want to use you, but you look down on me. Although it is impossible to convince those old nobles, it can also reduce their hostility towards themselves. There is no need to reverse those people's prejudice against themselves, as long as they reduce their resistance to recruiting soldiers from southern Germany to worsen immigration. Subsequently, Marin organized another public political show. He summoned thousands of new and old nobles from the entire North Sea Kingdom, organized a grand court ball, and began to establish a new aristocratic order. All this makes Marin look more like a member of the aristocracy, rather than the leader of a rebellion by a mud-legged peasant. Moreover, Marin repeatedly emphasized that he was a descendant of the original Earl of Brock's family, indicating that he was not without a background. In addition, Marin publicly announced that if there was no war, the North Sea officials would give priority to the selection of noble children. Only in times of war will military merits be given priority. But this statement is actually the same as not saying anything, because there are endless wars in Europe, and the North Sea Kingdom has no shortage of wars. The so-called noble priority is just an empty promise. However, it seems that this statement has indeed reduced the hostility of some old nobles towards him. Moreover, it also reassures the existing North Sea officials. But at the same time, Marin asked the teachers to tell the students in the civilian school to study hard, and there will be many opportunities in the future. As for how it will end in the future, I gave the whole Brazil to the aristocracy, is it not sincere enough? At least, the common people don't have such a good and large fiefdom. Just when Marin was strategically fooling the old European nobles, the future Pope Leo X, now Archbishop Giovanni of the Medici family, also came to Auric to visit Marin. At present, although Julius II did not die because of Marin's intervention, his health has become bad and he may see God at any time. Therefore, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici also stepped up his private activities to ensure that he could take over as the next pope. And Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici knew that Marin and the pope had a very close relationship in private. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity to inspect the German region, he specially visited Marin, hoping that Marin could help him say good things. You know, if he has the support and training of the current pope, his chances of succeeding the pope in the future will be greater. What's more, Marin is the super-large shareholder of the Bank of Siena, who holds most of the shares. If you want to run for the pope successfully, you naturally need the financial support of the Siena Bank with strong capital. Therefore, whether from the perspective of political resources or capital support, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici must obtain the support of Marin. Marin had no objection to this, but this time, while expressing his support for Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, Marin also made a request for Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici to be Robert's teacher. Who is Robert? Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was a little confused. Marin coughed and explained, Robert della Rovere, his mother is Felice Rovere. Felice. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici thought about it and suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be? He remembered the rumors in Rome many years ago. At that time, Julius II was still an archbishop, but he was also a prominent figure in Rome. His private life is also of great concern. Marin nodded, tacitly agreeing with Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici's guess. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici took a deep breath and said, I understand. I will be Robert's teacher. Moreover, I will focus on training him in the future. In this way, Robert had a future pope as his teacher. At the same time, he would also be his protector in the Roman Curia. Chapter 1693 The benefits of becoming a disciple. Although Robert has been declared as a cardinal by Julius II, he can only take office when he comes of age. However, Robert is still 7 or 8 years away from adulthood, and Julius II may not be able to wait until then. Therefore, in the future, Robert needs to hold on to another thigh in the Vatican. And what thigh can be thicker than the next pope? In fact, Marin had already greeted Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici before, but Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici did not seem to take it too seriously. After all, Marin did not explain the relationship between Robert and him. After discussing with the pope's father-in-law, this time Marin finally decided to confront Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici and disclose Robert's identity. Sure enough, after listening to Marin's words, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici finally figured out the doubts in his heart. No wonder Marin sent troops south to escort Julius II to compete for the position of pope. It turned out that he had slept with the girl and had a child. The son-in-law sent troops to help his father-in-law fight for the position of pope. Hey, it's really exciting. And Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici did not dare to refuse Marin, because Robert was the grandson of the pope. If he refused to take care of him, the pope might find another obedient person to train and replace him in anger. Moreover, Siena Bank, of which Marin was a major shareholder, would also support another person. So, he had to accept this student and treat him as a treasure. Although the relationship between teachers and students in Europe was not as close as that in ancient China, it was much closer than that of ordinary people. At least, Robert will have a public papal teacher in the Vatican in the future, and ordinary people will not dare to offend him easily. When Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici solemnly stroked the Bible and vowed to take care of Robert like his own child, from Marin's smiling face, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici knew that his future position as pope was stable. This is an exchange of interests. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici promised to take good care of Robert in the future and swore an oath. In return, Robert's grandfather, the Pope, will also reciprocate and even help him suppress his competitors. And Marin, a wealthy man, will not be stingy with financial support for him. Of course, Archbishop Giovanni is still young and has never seen Angela before. If he knew that Marin's legitimate wife Angela was also the daughter of the Pope, he would probably go crazy. After all, it's crazy that one person has the 2 daughters of the current Pope. In order to protect Angela, Marin arranged a new identity for Angela from the beginning. And Julius II also announced to the public that Angela died a long time ago. If an older Roman cardinal were to see Angela, he would probably recognize her. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was too young. When he went to Rome, the family of Julius II, who was still Archbishop of Rovere at the time, had already fled Rome because of the pursuit of the former Pope Alexander VI. Therefore, he naturally had not seen the 2 daughters of Julius II. The reason why Marin and Julius II did this was that according to European inheritance law, the descendants of illegitimate children had no inheritance rights. Therefore, Marin would rather Angela be the daughter of the ordinary Knight Nelson family than the illegitimate daughter of the Pope. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Robert took the church route and did not have this trouble. Because there are too many illegitimate children of nobles in the church. Moreover, the church has no regulations that illegitimate children cannot be popes. Only secular nobles have such restrictions. Therefore, Marin and Julius II tried their best to cover up Angela's origins, but they did not intend to completely hide Robert's origins. Anyway, the church doesn't care about that. Of course, not everyone can know these secrets. Only the future Pope Leo X is qualified to know such secrets. However, Marin did not put forward any conditions for Leo X to train Robert as the successor to the Pope. Because it is too early to say this at this time. Even Robert himself did not know that Marin had such a plan. After all, Robert is still a child. If he knew this at this time, if he was not careful, he would let the secret out. Maximilian I's previous experience is not far away. At that time, Maximilian I had not grown into a wise monarch, and he was still a bare child and a middle school boy. Because he publicly expressed his desire to unify Germany, he later became a thorn in the eyes of the German princes. If Robert had revealed this secret at a young age, he would have become the target of public criticism in Rome, even if he became a student of the Pope. Before the competition, everyone would work together to suppress him. Therefore, Marin would not mention the plan at all before Robert matured. Even Felice knew the severity of the situation and would not talk about it casually. In fact, it seems that Leo X did not live for many years. However, the years he was in power were the most important years for Robert to grow into adulthood. Moreover, a few years after Leo X's death, his cousin Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici would become Pope Clement VII and continue to occupy the papacy for the Medici family. And Clement VII probably lived until around 1534, which was 20 years later. 20 years later, Robert was already 30 years old and had the capital to gain a foothold in the Vatican. At that time, it was time to operate him as Pope. Before that, what Robert had to do was to gain a foothold in the Roman Catholic Church and have a say. In fact, in addition to having a backer, recognizing a future pope as a teacher also has a hidden benefit, that is, it is convenient to take leave. Marin actually did not intend to let Robert stay in the Holy See for a long time before he came of age, but planned to let Robert take a long vacation and stay at home. If he has time, he can also teach him. If you don't have a strong relationship in the Holy See, it's difficult to take leave to go home and visit once. But it's different with the future pope as a teacher. As a teacher and the biggest boss of the Holy See, the Pope is fully qualified to grant Robert a long vacation so that he doesn't have to stay in Rome all day. The reason for taking leave is also very simple: study tour. It's not only the ancient Chinese scholars who travel around. In Europe, the priests of the church can also travel around. Moreover, because all European countries are the sphere of influence of the church, priests can eat, drink and live for free in local churches wherever they travel. For example, the great astronomer Copernicus was born in the church, and his uncle was the local archbishop in Poland. With an uncle who was an archbishop, Copernicus was also a senior second-generation church leader in the church. Therefore, when he was young, he could travel around Europe. With a letter of introduction from his uncle the archbishop, he didn't have to worry about others not giving him face. Moreover, Copernicus could go to any university. He first went to university in Krakow, and then went to the University of Bologna in Italy at public expense to continue his studies, and then went to the University of Padua. When he was 40 years old, he went to the University of Ferrara to get a doctorate in religious law. It can be said that this guy is addicted to going to college, and he is still not quiet at the age of 40. Of course, he is the nephew of the archbishop, so it is easy to go to a university run by the church. Using Copernicus' experience as an analogy, Marin didn't want Robert to be addicted to going to college. However, he can stay in Auric for a long time in the name of studying abroad. After all, Auric also has a university and a theology department. Robert can completely learn some deception skills from the big liar Bishop Taylor, and then, it will be good enough for the Roman Curia to use a big move. That's not right. Bishop Taylor mainly fooled the common people who had little education. It's impossible to fool the old foxes in the Vatican. But learning more is never a bad thing. Moreover, staying at home before adulthood can also cultivate a good brotherly relationship with Caesar. After all, Marin still expects the two brothers to cooperate with each other in the future. Otherwise, if there is no relationship, poor little Robert will have to stay in Rome, a place full of old foxes, for a long time at a young age. I don't know what those old foxes will do to him. In short, worshipping the future pope as a teacher, not only will no one dare to bully him in the future, but he can also take a long vacation and stay at home for a long time, and don't have to go to Rome too early to face those old foxes. Chapter 1694, Spice Smuggling. Occupying a pit. I'm typing, and I can't keep up with the speed. I'll occupy a pit first. I'll change it back in 20 minutes. Please refresh it then, sorry. Although Robert has been declared as a cardinal by Julius II, he can only take office when he comes of age. However, Robert is still 7 or 8 years away from adulthood, and Julius II may not be able to wait until then. Therefore, in the future, Robert needs to hold another thigh in the Vatican. And what thigh can be thicker than the next pope? In fact, Marin had already greeted Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici before, but Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici didn't seem to take it too seriously. After all, Marin didn't explain the relationship between Robert and him. After discussing with the Pope's father-in-law, Marin finally decided to confront Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici and disclose Robert's identity. Sure enough, after listening to Marin's words, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici finally figured out the doubts in his heart. No wonder Marin sent troops south to escort Julius II to compete for the position of Pope. It turned out that he had slept with someone's daughter and had a child. The son-in-law sent troops to help his father-in-law fight for the position of Pope. Hey, it's really exciting. And Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici did not dare to refuse Marin, because Robert was the grandson of the Pope. If he refused to take care of him, the Pope might be furious and find another obedient person to train and replace him. Moreover, Siena Bank, of which Marin is a major shareholder, will also support another person. So, he must accept this student and treat him as a treasure. Although the relationship between teachers and students in Europe is not as close as that in ancient China, it is much closer than that of ordinary people. At least, Robert will have a public papal teacher in the Vatican in the future, and ordinary people will not dare to offend him easily. When Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici solemnly stroked the Bible and vowed to take care of Robert like his own child, from Marin's smiling face, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici knew that his future position as Pope was stable. This is an exchange of interests. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici promised to take good care of Robert in the future and swore an oath. In return, Robert's grandfather, the Pope, will also reciprocate and even help him suppress his competitors. And Marin, a wealthy man, will not be stingy with financial support for him. Of course, Archbishop Giovanni is still young and has never seen Angela before. If he knew that Marin's legitimate wife Angela was also the daughter of the Pope, he would probably go crazy. After all, it's crazy that one person has the two daughters of the current Pope. In order to protect Angela, Marin arranged a new identity for Angela from the beginning. And Julius II also announced to the public that Angela died a long time ago. If an older Roman cardinal were to see Angela, he would probably recognize her. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was too young. When he went to Rome, the whole family of Julius II, who was still Archbishop of Rovere at the time, had already fled Rome because of the pursuit of the former Pope Alexander VI. Therefore, he naturally had not seen the two daughters of Julius II. The reason why Marin and Julius II did this was that according to European inheritance law, the descendants of illegitimate children have no inheritance rights. Therefore, Marin would rather Angela be the daughter of the ordinary Knight Nelson family than the illegitimate daughter of the Pope. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Robert took the church route and did not have this trouble. Because there are too many illegitimate children of nobles in the church. Moreover, the church has no regulations that illegitimate children cannot be popes. Only secular nobles have such restrictions. Therefore, Marin and Julius II tried their best to cover up Angela's origins, but they did not intend to completely hide Robert's origins. Anyway, the church doesn't care about that. Of course, not everyone can know these secrets. Only the future Pope Leo X is qualified to know such secrets. However, Marin did not put forward any conditions for Leo X to train Robert as the successor to the Pope. Because it is too early to say this at this time. Even Robert himself did not know that Marin had such a plan. After all, Robert is still a child. If he knew this at this time, if he was not careful, he would let the secret out. Maximilian I's previous experience is not far away. At that time, Maximilian I had not grown into a wise monarch, and he was still a bare child and a middle school boy. Because he publicly expressed his desire to unify Germany, he later became a thorn in the eyes of the German princes. If Robert had revealed this secret at a young age, he would have become the target of public criticism in Rome, even if he became a student of the Pope. Before the competition, everyone would work together to suppress him. Therefore, Marin would not mention the plan at all before Robert matured. Even Felice knew the severity of the situation and would not talk about it casually. In fact, it seems that Leo X did not live for many years. However, the years he was in power were the most important years for Robert to grow into adulthood. Moreover, a few years after Leo X's death, his cousin Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici would become Pope Clement VII and continue to occupy the papacy for the Medici family. And Clement VII probably lived until around 1534, which was 20 years later. 20 years later, Robert was already 30 years old and had the capital to gain a foothold in the Vatican. At that time, it was time to operate him as Pope. Before that, what Robert had to do was to gain a foothold in the Roman Catholic Church and have a say. In fact, in addition to having a backer, recognizing a future pope as a teacher also has a hidden benefit, which is the convenience of taking leave. Marin actually did not intend to let Robert stay in the Holy See for a long time before he came of age, but planned to let Robert take a long vacation and stay at home. If he has time, he can also teach him. If you don't have a strong relationship in the Holy See, it's difficult to take a leave to go home and visit once. But it's different with the future pope as a teacher. As a teacher and the biggest boss of the Holy See, the Pope is fully qualified to grant Robert a long vacation so that he doesn't have to stay in Rome all day. The reason for taking leave is also very simple: to study abroad. It's not only the ancient Chinese scholars who travel around. In Europe, the priests of the Church can also travel around. Moreover, because all European countries are the sphere of influence of the Church, priests can eat, drink and live for free in local churches wherever they travel. For example, the great astronomer Copernicus was born in the Church, and his uncle was the local archbishop in Poland. With an uncle who was an archbishop, Copernicus was also a senior second-generation Church official. Therefore, when he was young, he could travel around Europe. With a letter of introduction from his uncle the archbishop, he didn't have to worry about others not giving him face. Moreover, Copernicus could go to any university. He first went to university in Krakow, and then went to the University of Bologna in Italy at public expense, and then went to the University of Padua. When he was 40 years old, he went to the University of Ferrara to get a doctorate in religious law. It can be said that this guy is addicted to going to college, and he is still addicted at the age of 40. Of course, he is the nephew of the archbishop, so it is easy for him to enter a university run by the Church. Chapter 1695, Unfamiliarity. The same nutmeg has very different prices in Europe and the Ming dynasty. In the Ming dynasty, no matter how expensive the spices were, they would not exceed 1 tael of silver per caddy. After all, the overall price of the Ming dynasty was so low. In Europe, nutmeg can be sold for 2 gold coins per pound because of its scarcity and hallucinogenic effect. According to the gold-silver exchange rate of 1 to 12, it is equivalent to 2.29 taels of silver per pound. Its price is several times that of the Ming dynasty. So, how could Marin give up the high-priced market in Europe? Not to mention selling all of it in Europe, but that part of it must be cashed in Europe. The European spice market is worth millions of gold coins every year. If Marin doesn't want to have a share, he won't be him. Of course, this is also for the reason of further winning over the Medici family. After all, the Medici family will have 2 popes in the future. Robert wants to get the support of the Medici family, and it is useless to rely on the support of himself and the Pope's father-in-law. At present, the support of himself and his father-in-law, the Pope, is of course crucial to Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici. However, once his father-in-law dies, it is hard to say. After all, there is a situation in the political world called "people leave and tea gets cold." If Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici takes over as Pope, in the first few years, the other party may be better to Robert because of gratitude. But then, the favor will become less and less. When Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici's cousin Clement VII takes over the throne, the relationship between the 2 families is almost the same. Because Clement VII has not received the favor of Marin and Julius II. Therefore, in order to ensure that Robert receives the best care in Rome, it is best to further bind interests with the Medici family. Before, Marin had agreed to the Medici family's investment in the Siena Bank, but this was not enough. Because the Medici family itself has a bank. Cooperating with Marin to run the Medici Bank was actually to curry favor with Marin and Julius II, and it was not necessary. When Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici became Pope, he would definitely vigorously support the Medici family's own bank, rather than the Siena Bank, where Marin had the majority. Therefore, it is not reliable to use the Siena Bank to bind the Medici family. Moreover, the income is limited. At present, the capital of the Siena Bank is more than 1 million gold coins, and the annual income is only about 200,000 gold coins. Most of these 200,000 gold coins belong to Marin, and only a few tens of thousands of gold coins belong to the Medici family. For the Medici family, the real role of the Siena Bank is not that little income, but the huge loans that can be provided during the Pope's election, which is the most important. But when Leo X was really elected, the importance of the Siena Bank became very low again. After all, the annual income of tens of thousands of gold coins is really nothing in the eyes of the man who became the Pope. If Leo X was a conscientious person, it would be easy to say. If he was ungrateful, Marin's investment would be wasted. Marin didn't dare to bet on Leo X's conscience, but he knew that business families like the Medici family valued interests the most. As long as they could bring them benefits in the long run, they had no reason to give up their support for Robert. Coincidentally, Marin felt that part of the millions of pounds of nutmeg produced in Granada every year should be cashed out in Europe. Therefore, the two sides hit it off. Because he was trying to win over the other party, Marin's concession was also very large. He planned to provide nutmeg to the Medici family at a wholesale price of 1 gold coin per pound. Then, the Medici family sold it to the outside world at a price of 2 gold coins per pound. In other words, Marin gave up half of the profit, which was very conscientious. Of course, the Medici family's business channels also have operating costs. They can't make 1 gold coin per pound, but most of them can still be earned. After all, the Medici family's business channels were not established for the sale of spices. The spice trade was a pure surprise for them. As for the quantity, Marin tentatively plans to provide them with 200,000 pounds per year. That is to say, 20% of the nutmeg production in Granada will be handed over to the Medici family and sold in Italy. Then, Marin will cash in 200,000 gold coins. The other 800,000 pounds of nutmeg will be mainly sold to the Ming dynasty. Don't look at the low price of nutmeg in the Ming dynasty, only a few coins per pound. However, Marin did not plan to take nutmeg to the Ming dynasty to exchange for money. Taking goods to the Ming dynasty to sell for money is definitely a fool. When a real businessman leaves the Ming dynasty, he will definitely take away a lot of high-value specialties such as silk and porcelain. For example, if Marin sends 800,000 pounds of nutmeg to the Ming dynasty, he can only sell 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver. But if it is exchanged for silk, porcelain and other specialties of the Ming dynasty and shipped back to Europe, the value will at least double, or even more than 10 times. Moreover, this also saves Marin 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver in cash. Otherwise, Marin would need to have people transport hundreds of thousands of taels of real gold and silver to the Ming dynasty, and the money shortage in the North Sea Kingdom would be exacerbated. After all, even if Marin tried every means to expand the output of the Goslar silver mine, the silver mine only produced about 729,000 taels of silver each year. Without nutmeg, Marin would need to send most of it to the Ming dynasty, leaving only a small part for domestic use. But with nutmeg, these silvers can be left in the local area to mint money, and then minted into coins to promote commercial circulation. In fact, in addition to being influenced by the memory of later generations, Marin chose to focus on the development of nutmeg cultivation in Granada. In addition to being influenced by the memory of later generations, there is also a more secret reason. Nutmeg cultivation technology is very difficult. At the beginning, after nutmeg was discovered to grow in the Maluku Islands, everyone did not think about introducing nutmeg cultivation. Unfortunately, they all failed. It's not that they can't survive, but that they don't grow fruit. And nutmeg is the fruit of the nutmeg tree. Without fruit, the tree has no meaning. So, for a long time, everyone thought that nutmeg was not suitable for planting after leaving the Maluku Islands. It was not until the 19th century that botanists solved the secret. It turned out that the nutmeg tree was very strange. Its trees are divided into male and female trees must be planted together to bear fruit. This is just like the seeds of yerba mate, which need to be swallowed and digested by special birds before they can germinate. They are all wonders in the plant world. Even if ordinary people introduce it, they can't do it. Only Marin, a time traveler from the future, has the confidence to do it after reading stories about this. Moreover, he is not afraid of competition from others. How can he compete if others can't grow it? Moreover, even if everyone finds out that Granada produces nutmeg in the future, Marin will fool people and say that nutmeg is probably only suitable for tropical islands with special environments such as the Maluku Islands or Granada. If others want to introduce seeds, Marin will also provide them enthusiastically. However, Marin will never tell the secret of planting male and female nutmeg trees together. The answer is water and soil incompatibility. Chapter 1696, Sugar, Tobacco and Alcohol Monopoly in Haiti Island Development Plan. In fact, on the island of Granada, in addition to nutmeg, spices such as pepper, ginger, cloves and cinnamon are also grown. However, Marin knows that these spices are easy to introduce, and the price will definitely drop in the future. For example, pepper, a common commodity, has shown signs of price reduction as the shipment volume increases. Only nutmeg, a unique spice with a secret cultivation, can maintain a high price if the introduction is ineffective before the secret is cracked. Of course, Marin did not waste these spices, but supplied them to the North Sea country in various colonies in the Americas. Although the quantity is not large, it can also enrich people's living needs. Moreover, these things are currently of high value and can be used as a concealed means of taxation by the country, just like tobacco in later generations. Just like the Republic of later generations, the sugar, tobacco and wine company and the salt company, those are two major monopoly industries. Of course, salt was later liberalized. And this monopoly system is an important means for the country to obtain tax revenue. In the 16th century, sugar had not been monopolized because of its low output, and tobacco had not yet become popular. As for wine, it seems that there is no monopoly system in Europe. The reason for this is that Europeans are used to making wine with grapes, which does not involve food and has no reason to restrict it. Of course, because Europeans do not understand the benefits of the monopoly system, their finances have always been difficult and they cannot afford to support a large-scale army. In ancient China, salt and iron monopolies were known very early. During the Song dynasty, tea and wine monopolies were also known. Therefore, the fiscal revenue of the Song dynasty has always been high, and officials have high salaries. When the southern Song dynasty fell, because they were grateful to the court for being so good to them, 100,000 soldiers and civilians were willing to follow the Song dynasty to the end. Zhu Yuanzhang, a rough man in the Ming dynasty, did not understand economics, and he actually used the Kaizhong method to abolish the salt monopoly and raised white-eyed wolves like Shaanxi merchants. In fact, the sugar industry rose in the Ming dynasty and became a pillar industry in Guangdong and Guangxi. But the Ming dynasty did not see the benefits of it and did not take it back to the court monopoly. Although it was convenient for the people, resulting in the price of sugar being only a dozen or 20 coins per caddy, it left the poor Ming court with nothing. Marin would not make such a low-level mistake. Sugar, tobacco and alcohol monopolies are necessary. For this reason, Marin has planned to set up a sugar, tobacco and wine company in the city of Beihai. As for salt, Beihai has long implemented the official sales system. Nowadays, shops selling salt have been opened in all towns and villages in Beihai. As for the sugar, tobacco and wine monopoly, because it is not yet on a large scale, it is temporarily handed over to the salt shop for sale. Moreover, the tobacco and sugar, tobacco and wine has not been settled yet. The main thing is that tobacco is too fertile. After planting a few rounds of tobacco, good land can also become bad land. Marin is reluctant to plant tobacco in North America and is currently thinking about whether to plant tobacco in Brazil. At present, Marin has only planted local tobacco varieties in Cuba in the Americas, which are Cuban cigars in later generations. In other places, Marin is still undecided. Because ordinary land can be ruined after a few rounds of tobacco. However, fortunately, it is not impossible to restore the soil fertility. For example, planting a few crops such as soybeans and alfalfa to restore the soil fertility can slowly restore the land. Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that Haiti Island, the birthplace of syphilis in the world, was currently in a state of no management after Spain announced its abandonment. Haiti Island is not small, with an area of more than 70,000 square kilometers. Moreover, the Spaniards have built several cities there. It is said that the indigenous population on the island is as high as 1 million, which is more than the Indians in the jungles of North America. What Europeans feared about it was that syphilis was rampant on this island and it was the birthplace of syphilis. At the beginning, when Marin revealed the source of syphilis, the Spaniards gave up the island in fear, fearing that they would be infected with syphilis again. In fact, as long as the colonists are controlled and do not have any relationship with local women, syphilis will not be contracted. Moreover, not every islander on Haiti Island has syphilis. But the Spaniards know their own affairs. The early colonists were a group of villain adventurers. They cannot live without wine and women. Therefore, the Spaniards did not dare to guarantee that the colonial army could control themselves. Therefore, they had no choice but to give up Haiti Island, where a lot of infrastructure had been built. Of course, it is not without benefits for the Spaniards to do so. Because of the decisive abandonment of Haiti Island, the re-emergence of syphilis in Europe was also cut off. The army of the North Sea Kingdom is different from the Spanish army. The Spanish army is still an old-fashioned feudal army. Soldiers are bandits, with poor discipline and difficult to manage. The North Sea Kingdom's army, because of Marin's insistence, only selects from honest farmers, so there are no such troubles. As long as the management is in place, these North Sea soldiers will not mess around. Of course, Marin will select those married soldiers and bring their wives to station on Haiti Island, which can also prevent them from going out to mess around to a certain extent. However, the source of syphilis on the island is indeed quite terrible. Therefore, although Marin plans to grow tobacco on Haiti Island, syphilis must also be eliminated. Therefore, Marin plans to isolate and inspect the islanders after sending troops to occupy Haiti Island. All patients who are diagnosed with syphilis will be isolated and exiled to a deserted island to fend for themselves. In this way, after a few years of isolation, syphilis can be banned. But the inspection during quarantine is a big problem. If ordinary soldiers are asked to inspect the indigenous women, it is easy to get into trouble. After all, they are all young men. If they take off the pants of the indigenous women for inspection, they can't control themselves and easily get into trouble. If they get syphilis again, it will be bad. Therefore, when the local indigenous people are quarantined, it is okay to inspect men, but it is easy to get into trouble when inspecting women. Then, Marin thought of Eunuch Mao. Eunuch Mao is a mousy man who has been castrated by the Crimeans. After these people were castrated, they no longer have the function of that thing. Even if they are asked to inspect the genitals of women on the island of Haiti, nothing will go wrong. Therefore, Marin placed an order with Crimea, ordering 5,000 strong Eunuch Mao for the management of Haiti. In particular, the management of syphilis. As long as the source of syphilis is eliminated, Haiti is still a treasure island that can be developed. It is close to Cuba Island and has convenient transportation. Moreover, there is the foundation laid by the Spaniards here. At that time, just send troops and enter the fortress built by the Spaniards. With simple repairs and some cement on the dilapidated castle, the rule and occupation of the local area can be restored. Then, use the purchased hair eunuchs to quarantine and inspect local men and women, and exile all syphilis carriers. In this way, the local area is no longer a dangerous place. After large-scale tobacco cultivation is carried out on the island of Haiti, the sale of tobacco can also become an important source of income for Marin. After all, cigarettes have proved their extremely high economic value in later generations. At present, there are nearly 1 million Taino people on the island of Haiti, which is an excellent source of labor. As long as it is proved that they no longer carry syphilis after quarantine inspection, they can also help with tobacco cultivation. Chapter 1697, Resources of Haiti Island. Spain operated on the island of Haiti for nearly 10 years and built several castles. When Columbus arrived on the island of Haiti, Haiti was the most populous island in the Caribbean, with millions of people, more than Cuba. However, a smallpox outbreak occurred on the island of Haiti later, causing the island to lose tens of thousands of people. But after giving birth over the years, the population has recovered to millions. In the original history, Spanish colonists brought smallpox many times, causing the Taino people on the island to experience many terrible smallpox outbreaks. By 1544, after several major smallpox outbreaks, Haiti, which originally had a population of 1 million, was actually deserted. In desperation, Spain had to abandon Haiti and turn to the development of Cuba. After all, the development of colonies also requires labor. Later, the British and French came to Haiti, which was abandoned by the Spanish. But there was no one there, so they actively introduced black slaves from Africa. In later generations, Haiti has become an island dominated by blacks. Today, the Spaniards have been scared away, and Marin has replaced him to manage Haiti, and the situation is very different. The North Sea Kingdom under Marin's rule attaches great importance to health issues. It can be said that in the North Sea Kingdom today, there is almost no problem of urinating and defecating in the city. Moreover, Marin ordered that cats of other colors other than black cats be raised in the city to catch mice and reduce the possibility of plague outbreaks. At the same time, the police of the North Sea Kingdom also shoulder the task of smallpox early warning. Once a smallpox patient is found, he will be isolated immediately. Usually, ports such as Emden Port in the North Sea Kingdom have to sprinkle some quicklime on the ground and docks from time to time to isolate the virus. Even Marin strictly stipulates that foreign sailors are only allowed to stay in the taverns on the docks and are prohibited from landing. If you want to land, yes, go to the bathhouse on the dock and wash it with hot water first. At the same time, the clothes should be boiled in the lime pool and then dried. Then, you can enter the city of Emden. Such a strict entry and exit system has made it so that there have been almost no major epidemics in the North Sea Kingdom for so many years. Even if there have been cases of epidemics, they have basically been eliminated and isolated in the border areas. In other European countries of the same period, because they did not pay attention to hygiene, some large and small epidemics often broke out. Although the scale is not large, deaths are common. However, other countries are not fools. Although they don't pay as much attention to hygiene as the North Sea Kingdom, they have learned how to isolate diseases. For example, several countries around the North Sea Kingdom, as well as Austria and even France, have learned how to isolate. In this way, even if smallpox and plague appear, they are mostly controlled in a certain area and do not spread. Because of strict health management, the possibility of North Sea crew members carrying diseases is very low. Because in every port, Marin will set up a hospital to prohibit infected sailors from running around. In this way, the possibility of the Taino people on the underwater island contracting smallpox many times is very low. Such a large population can also be used by Marin. The only trouble is that it will be more troublesome to isolate so many people and check for syphilis infection. After all, that's 1 million people. Even 1 million pigs are very troublesome to catch. Fortunately, it is said that the people on the island are divided into 5 major tribes, and the population is relatively concentrated. They all lived in densely populated large villages, catching birds and fish, and farming with stone axes and wooden shovels, mainly planting cassava and sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes that Columbus brought back to Europe were obtained from local villages. Obviously, because of the extremely high-yield crops such as sweet potatoes, the Taino people had no shortage of food. After all, sweet potatoes are so high-yielding that even if the planting technology is poor, the yield per mu can reach hundreds or thousands of kilograms. Therefore, the population on the island will soar to millions. The Indians in the jungles of North America are different. They do not have such a domineering food as sweet potatoes, but only corn with a low yield per mu. Therefore, the population of the entire North American continent in the later generations of the United States is not as large as that of the Taino people on the island of Haiti. There is no way, it is so awesome to have high-yield food. There are only 250,000 people on the island of Ireland now. But after the introduction of potatoes, the population once soared to 7 or 8 million. Of course, because of the potato blight, millions of people died at once. However, because of the habit of planting cassava and sweet potatoes, the Taino people like to live in large villages. Moreover, they like to live in the plains along the coast and rivers. After all, farming must be convenient in the plains near the river. This makes it convenient for Marin to use force against them. After all, it is much easier to surround a few villages on the plains full of farmland than to go into the mountains to find pure savages. Of course, Marin does not want to embarrass them, but just wants to eliminate the source of syphilis. Haiti Island is the source of syphilis, and the locals must have a chaotic private life. Therefore, Marin needs to send people to observe and isolate it before syphilis can be eliminated. Without the trouble of syphilis, Haiti Island and the 1 million people on the island are worth developing and utilizing. Otherwise, this is a terrible place. At present, the main cities on the underwater island are several abandoned Spanish castles and ports such as Santo Domingo, Santiago and Puerto Plata. Among them, Santo Domingo is the most valuable. This is the first fortress city built by the Spaniards on the island that combines a fortress and a port, and it is also the first colonial city in the Americas. This is also the capital of the Dominican Republic in later generations and the most developed place on Haiti Island in later generations. Of course, there is another very important point: there are gold mines nearby. There are gold mines near Santo Domingo, but they don't seem to be big, just a small gold mine. The local natives panned for gold in the nearby rivers and obtained gold sand, but the output was not large. Otherwise, the Spaniards would not give up easily. In fact, there must be gold mines on the island of Haiti, and there will not be too few. However, the scale will not be very large. Marin vaguely remembers the relevant introduction in the geography book he read in later generations. It seems that the annual gold production of the Dominican Republic in later generations is 400,000 ounces. That is more than 11 tons. The annual output of silver is as high as more than 2 million ounces, which is more than 50 tons. However, the information says that the gold and silver mines seem to be mostly in the Rosario area. But Marin doesn't remember that there is a big city called Rosario in the Dominican Republic, but there is one called Rosario in Argentina. In fact, Marin doesn't know that the Rosario district is in the coastal Azua area not far west of Santo Domingo, and it is not far from the sea. Of course, if the gold mine over there had been discovered earlier, the Spaniards would never have evacuated Haiti. At least, they had to finish mining the Rosario gold mine before leaving. The gold mines near Santo Domingo were given up by the Spanish because of their low output. As long as the legendary gold and silver mines are found, Marin can recover the cost of occupying Haiti and make a lot of money. Of course, growing tobacco will definitely not be a loss. Moreover, there seem to be copper and nickel mines on the island, and the scale of the nickel mine seems to be quite large. In later generations, Cuba produced millions of tons of nickel ore annually, and the Dominican Republic also produced tens of thousands of tons of nickel or sand annually. In addition, there are abundant bauxite deposits on the island. Of course, bauxite is of no use for the time being. Because bauxite cannot be smelted by ordinary methods and must be reduced by electrolysis. Moreover, it must be in a cryolite environment. There is no problem in generating electricity, but cryolite is said to be synthetic. Well, Marin doesn't understand. Chapter 1698, Wild Animals, on the island of Haiti. In fact, there are deposits of cryolite in nature, but they are rare. Moreover, it seems that cryolite deposits are mainly in Greenland within the Arctic Circle. But there are very few cryolites in nature, and they are not enough. Therefore, people in later generations artificially synthesized cryolite for use in the electrolytic aluminum industry. But this is too professional, at least, Marin, a liberal arts student, does not understand it. And Greenland is so big that it is unlikely that he knows where the cryolite mine is. The most important thing is that he doesn't know what cryolite looks like. So, even though he knows that the bauxite resources on Haiti and Jamaica are very rich, he has no means of development. A cryolite can make him kneel. Otherwise, you can get some aluminum alloy armor. How big is that? But in the absence of cryolite, Marin can only use the bauxite in one way, making refractory bricks for steel and non-ferrous metal smelting furnaces. But now the demand for metals is very low, there are few iron smelting furnaces and metallurgical furnaces, and the refractory bricks required are also limited. Therefore, the little bauxite in Europe is enough, and there is no need to import bauxite from the Caribbean. But gold, silver, copper and nickel are still very important. Gold and silver can be used as money. The price of copper is also very expensive at present, and there seems to be no famous copper mine on Haiti Island, so it is better not to develop it. But nickel mines seem to be easier to develop, because the nickel mines in the Dominican Republic are also laterite nickel mines. At that time, as long as you observe the color and study the red soil, you can find nickel mines. Because Haiti Island is to be developed, Marin sent people to find people who have been to Haiti Island. Coincidentally, a student of Columbus named Macass was entrusted by Columbus last year to go to Santo Domingo on Haiti Island to visit the place where Columbus made his fortune. Hearing that Captain Macass had been to Santo Domingo last year, Marin immediately called him over to find out the situation. Macass was in his 30s, in his prime, and he was also one of Columbus's proud disciples. Last year, Macass was ordered to transport nickel metal to Cuba. He was commissioned by Columbus to visit the place where his teacher had fought. Knowing that Marin was interested in it, Macass carefully introduced the situation in Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo, the first colonial city built by Spanish colonists in the Americas, has been abandoned for more than 10 years. The once tall and sturdy castle is now almost in ruins. The main structures such as the walls of the castle are fine, but the wooden structures in the castle have been dismantled by the locals. Including the gate, various wooden furniture, and even windows and walls, all of which were dismantled by the locals as wood. Macass saw with his own eyes that there were many woods used by Spanish colonists in the castle on the houses of the indigenous villages near Santo Domingo. You ask Macass why he can tell the origin of the wood. It's very simple, there is paint on those woods. The indigenous people on the island of Haiti do not know how to use paint. Only in the castle built by the Spanish colonists will there be paint. Therefore, those woods with different colors of paint must have been dismantled by the local indigenous people from the castle. As for why the local indigenous people did not live in the castle. Because the castle is too far from their village. These indigenous people mainly make a living by growing cassava and sweet potatoes, so their residence is naturally as close to their farmland as possible. The castle is too close to the sea and a bit far from their farmland. Therefore, the local indigenous people did live in the castle for a while after the Spaniards withdrew. But later they found it inconvenient to work in the fields and it was too far, so they moved back to the village. Before leaving, they dismantled all the wood that could be dismantled. Macass estimated that as long as there was enough wood, it would be easy to repair Santo Domingo. After all, the main structure such as the stone wall was not damaged. Moreover, he told Marin a piece of news that stunned Marin. There are many horses, cattle, sheep and pigs left by the Spanish colonists in the mountains and forests near Santo Domingo. However, more than 10 years after the Spaniards left, these horses, cattle, sheep and pigs have become wild animals and are hanging out in the mountains and forests. Moreover, they have become prey for the indigenous people. Among them, the pigs are the best. With their strong reproductive ability, their population has expanded rapidly, and they have become the local tyrant. Now, they are no longer considered domestic pigs, but wild boars. The domestic pig breeds brought by the Spanish are actually closer to wild boars. They are smaller in size and grow slowly. Moreover, they only give birth to a few babies in one litter. Even so, their strong reproductive ability of giving birth to a few babies in one litter also crushes horses, cattle and sheep. Therefore, the most common in the mountains and forests near Santo Domingo are these wild boars. The locals dare not mess with these wild pigs. Because when wild boars go crazy, ordinary people can't stop them. Although they don't have fangs, they can charge and hit and kill people without any problem. In particular, wild boars like to travel in groups. Then, horses and cattle are also okay. The horses left by the Spanish are Andalusian horses. Although the fertility rate is not high, the horses run fast. When the local natives went into the mountains to hunt, the horses had already run away when they heard the wind, so the safety was still good. As for the cattle brought by the Spanish were longhorned cattle. This is a kind of cattle that Columbus brought from the coastal areas of Spain. The horns are very long, but they are very docile. The later famous Texas longhorn cattle are the descendants of this longhorn cattle. In fact, this kind of cattle is very timid and not fierce. But the local natives saw such long horns, felt guilty and didn't dare to provoke them. So, the only unlucky ones were the sheep. Because it was a tropical rainforest, the sheep brought by the Spanish colonists were not the famous merino sheep, but some unknown goat breeds on the coast. After all, goats are more adapted to the climate of tropical rainforests than sheep with thick wool. The local natives didn't dare to provoke wild boars, couldn't catch horses, and didn't dare to provoke longhorn cattle, so they could only attack these docile sheep. Therefore, those Spanish goats that escaped to the wild and became wild sheep became the best prey for the local natives. According to what MacArthur and his team of sailors saw, there were estimated to be at least several hundred horses, thousands of longhorned cattle, several thousand wild domestic pigs, and several hundred goats in the mountains and forests near the local villages. Yes, there were the least goats, mainly because they were hunted more by the locals. After all, they were easy to bully. Well, it seems that after reoccupying Santo Domingo, there is no need to look for livestock, just send soldiers to the nearby mountains and forests to capture them. Horses and cattle are easy to deal with, just use the legendary lasso. Goats can be directly surrounded and captured, only wild domestic pigs are a bit troublesome. In the end, Marlin made up his mind to deal with them with traps. Those that can be tamed will be tamed, and those that cannot be retamed will be directly shot to death with muskets, just in time for eating pork. Chapter 1699 Arrival in Persia. The breed of pigs brought by the Spanish from their homeland is very famous in later generations. Of course, it is not this kind of pig that is famous, but the delicacy made from this pig, Iberian ham, is very famous. This native pig from Spain is called Iberian black-hoofed pig. It is not big in size and its reproductive capacity is not very strong. But it is the closest breed to wild boar among European domestic pigs, so after being released into the mountains, its personality is more ferocious than that of ordinary wild domestic pigs. Its meat is not tender enough and a bit rough. However, it is excellent for pickling ham. Moreover, the way of raising this kind of domestic pig in Spain is also very strange. It is free range. Generally speaking, the Spaniards will release the Iberian black-hoofed pigs raised to 10 months old into the wild. Of course, it is not a random wild, but a special oak forest. From 10 to 24 months, these Iberian black-hoofed pigs mainly feed on acorns and weeds that fall in the oak forest and grow freely. Because they have fun in the woods, they are all muscle and have no fat. If it is cooked or braised, it is not suitable. However, it is a must to make ham. Of course, there is a problem with the group of Iberian black-hoofed pigs raised on the island of Haiti. The main problem is that these pigs are not castrated. Uncastrated pigs will inevitably have a fishy smell. Only underage piglets and suckling pigs do not have those strange smells. Therefore, roast suckling pigs have been popular in Europe for a long time. But if you really want to eat adult pork, especially uncastrated boar meat, forget it. Fortunately, spices are needed to pickle ham and sausages, which can cover up these peculiar smells. Of course, the peculiar smell of adult boar meat is still difficult to cover up, but sow meat is okay. However, if enough spices are added, the peculiar smell can be covered up, but the original taste of pork can't be tasted. Marin plans to send people to catch all these wild boars in one fell swoop by digging traps and setting snares. Then, kill them too fiercely. The rest, except for those kept for breeding, were castrated and released back into the woods to roam freely. Then, people were sent to Spain to learn ham-making techniques and make a replica of Iberian ham. As for horses and cattle, including goats, they were naturally all captured and continued to be raised and used. It is said that the famous American spotted horses and Texas longhorns in later generations were all the cattle and horses that were originally raised after Spain abandoned its colonies in Texas and ran into the wild, eventually becoming wild horses and bison. Then, they were captured and used by local Indians. The famous Indian cavalry developed by picking up horses from abandoned Spanish colonies, mainly near the US-Mexico border in later generations. The origin of Texas longhorns is the same. These cattle reproduced very quickly in the Texas area. By the time of the American Civil War, it had reproduced to a scale of 5 million cattle. The emergence of American cowboys has a lot to do with Texas longhorns. At that time, after the end of the American Civil War, the industry in the North had developed greatly, but there was no shortage of industrial products and food in the North, only livestock, especially cattle. In Chicago, a cow sold for $40. At that time, $1 was equivalent to 1.6 grams of gold or 24 grams of silver, equivalent to $1, and the supply was in short supply. In Texas, the population was only a few 100,000 at that time, but there were more than 5 million cattle. The most important thing was that the local Texas Longhorn cattle only sold for $2 each. The 20-fold profit drove some brave young people to drive a large herd of cattle across the entire state of Texas and arrived at the Kansas Railway to transport the cattle to metropolises such as Chicago. Along the way, not only did they have to sleep in the open air, but they also had to deal with robbers. Therefore, the cowboys at that time were used to carrying revolvers, riding horses, and driving longhorn cattle all over the mountains. Later, with the development of the westward movement, these brave cowboys with revolvers broke into the West to find opportunities to make a fortune or to herd cattle. Revolvers, horses and longhorn cattle are the classic images of American Western cowboys. Of course, it is not as beautiful as shown in the movie, but full of blood and killing. Marin actually has no interest in longhorn cattle, mainly because their horns are too long. Even if they are very docile, they may accidentally hurt their companions or cowboys by shaking their heads casually. Therefore, Marin actually prefers hornless cattle. Even if there are tens of thousands of such cattle, there is no need to worry about the cattle using their horns to fight bloody fights, nor do they have to worry about the cattle hurting cowboys. However, there are thousands of longhorn cattle on the island of Haiti at present, and they are not wasted. It happens that they are used to plow the land and then grow tobacco, which is not a waste. In fact, the best draft cattle in tropical regions are Indian zebus. But now Marin doesn't have many humped cattle, so he can only make do with the longhorn cattle. Thousands of longhorn cattle, if used well, can cultivate tens of thousands of acres of land. In any case, these cattle are adapted to the hot climate of Haiti Island. Because those longhorn cattle that are not adapted to the tropical climate have died long ago. Just when Marin was racking his brains for the tobacco planting industry and livestock problems on the underwater island, a fleet came from the Strait of Hormuz in Asia. This is the fleet that Marin sent to Persia to trade artillery, consisting of 4 250-class armed merchant ships. In fact, only one ship is enough to sell artillery. After all, this is just the first contact. However, the risk of sailing these days is very high, and the Persian route is open for the first time, so for safety, Marin sent 4 armed merchant ships. Moreover, although the other 3 of these 4 ships did not bring goods back, they can bring goods back. Although after consultation with Portugal, the merchant ships of the North Sea Kingdom were not allowed to purchase the most famous Persian carpets and silk and other popular commodities from Persia, they could carry a large number of livestock. Persia is a country dominated by animal husbandry. Although there is agriculture in the Mesopotamian basin of Iraq and the areas near the Caspian Sea in the north, most areas are still dominated by animal husbandry. Therefore, the least lacking thing in Persia is horses, cattle and sheep. Of course, there should be fewer cattle, because cattle are mainly used in agricultural areas, and the other is to eat meat. But cattle have horns, and bulls are more aggressive, easy to hurt each other, and even hurt herders. Therefore, in animal husbandry areas, the proportion of cattle is relatively small. Unless you can find a more docile breed. But compared with horses and sheep, the amount of cattle is still relatively small. This time, the 4 250-class armed merchant ships carried a total of 40 flanger cannons as commodities for trading. In addition, there are 200 matchlock guns. Moreover, Marin also sent artillery and musketeers who knew how to operate to accompany him, intending to demonstrate it to the Persian Shah Ismail I in person. Chapter 1700. This is what it feels like. Because he had seen the power of artillery before, Marin was not worried that Ismail I would not accept artillery. Even the foolish Qing dynasty, after being beaten by Europeans, began to purchase foreign guns and cannons. For example, the Krupp cannon was introduced by Li Hongzhang in person when he went to Europe for inspection. Many people don't know that when Zhuozongtang recovered western Xinjiang, the army was not equipped with swords and spears at all, but was mainly equipped with foreign guns and cannons. For example, many second-hand Spencer repeating guns used in the American Civil War flowed into the Asian market. Some of them flowed into the Japanese market and participated in the famous Anti-Qing War. The other part flowed into Zhuozongtang's Chu army and was called the 7-shot foreign gun. There are also German-made breech-loading Krupp cannons, and even Gatling machine guns. So, not to mention that Yakub Beg's Central Asian scimitar cavalry was beaten to death, even Tsarist Russia was a little afraid and stopped its erosion of western Xinjiang. Why? Because at that time, the Russian Empire was not equipped with those advanced breech-loading rifles, Krupp cannons, and Gatling machine guns. Ismail I was not a fool, on the contrary, he was a genius commander. Seeing such a powerful weapon, it is impossible not to be moved. Therefore, there is no problem in selling artillery to Persia. However, the Persians have not yet fully experienced the power of the matchlock gun. Because, before they had time to feel the power of the matchlock gun, they were frightened by the Turkish artillery. Therefore, Marin specially sent 200 musketeers to use 200 matchlock guns to perform the 3-stage attack on the spot for Ismail I. I believe that with Ismail I's vision, he will not fail to see the advantages. Moreover, this will be a long-term business. Why? Because the Persian Safavid Empire lacks metal, even if it wants to make its own weapons, it must first import metal. Therefore, it is better to import weapons directly. As for the scimitar, they will import metal and then make it themselves. Because the unique Safavid scimitar used by the Persian cavalry is different from the scimitars of other places, and needs to be made by themselves. But guns and cannons don't matter. Anyway, there are no relevant craftsmen in Persia, and it is difficult to develop technology on their own. So, it is better to import them directly. Moreover, whether it is Marin or the Portuguese, they are standard businessmen and will not tell the Persians how to make guns and cannons. For example, the Portuguese sold the British 18-pound cannon, that is, the red cannon, to the Ming dynasty, and they actually asked for 1,000 taels of silver per cannon. Marin is not as black as the Portuguese, but he will never be too polite. After all, the Portuguese cannon he sold to the Persians was made of copper. The Portuguese cannon that Marin sold to Persia was a 3-pound cannon with a barrel weighing 300 pounds. It did not have the unique movable wheeled gun carriage of the North Sea Army, but only had gun ears, which was similar to the French cannon. According to the European silver-copper exchange rate of 1 to 15, the material cost of each cannon itself was worth 20 pounds of silver. Moreover, the price of artillery is definitely not just the price of material cost, but at least doubled. And the price of doubled material cost is just the basic market price. Faced with Persia, which was extremely short of artillery, Marin directly gave 3 times the price of material cost, that is, 60 pounds of silver per gun. Converted into gold, it is 5 pounds of gold, which can cast 637 gold coins. Marin rounded it up and asked for 650 gold coins per gun. Of course, Marin is a conscientious person, and he also equipped each Portuguese cannon with 5 fine steel subguns for replacement and reloading. Moreover, the Portuguese cannons of the North Sea Kingdom are different from those of other countries. Other European countries also use Portuguese cannons, but because of the poor processing accuracy, the gap between the subgun and the main gun is large, which is easy to leak and affect the range of the artillery. The North Sea Kingdom has long promoted vernier calipers to strictly control the processing accuracy. Therefore, for the same Portuguese cannon, the Portuguese cannons of the North Sea Kingdom have a longer range and better quality. The North Sea Kingdom fleet first docked at the port of Hormuz on Hormuz Island, and invited the Portuguese colonists to a visit on board, and presented the permission letter from the Kingdom of Portugal. It should be pointed out that Persia did not have a port for foreign trade at this time. The original only foreign trade port, the port of Hormuz, was also taken away by the Portuguese. But the Persian navy was not good, and it was difficult to recapture Hormuz Island. In addition, the Portuguese were indeed here to do business sincerely and had no intention of invading the inland, so the Persians gave up. These days, Persia has no Abadan port or Abbas port. Abbas port was specially built during the reign of Abbas the Great in 1627 to facilitate foreign trade. As for the port of Abadan, it was developed into a port city in the 20th century after the development of Persian oil, in addition to being the outlet of the oil pipeline. So now these guns and cannons must first land at the port of Hormuz. Then, it was transported by small boats to the land dock area where the later Port Abbas was located, and then it could be transported to Isfahan. Because Tabriz was seriously threatened by the Turks, Ismail I had temporarily set up the capital in Isfahan, and had no intention of moving back. There was no way. Tabriz was too close to the northwest border, and if the Turks launched a raid, they would not have time to react. Isfahan is located in the central region of Persia, far away from the northwest border, and is not afraid of enemy raids. Therefore, Ismail I simply did not move the capital back to Tabriz. Originally in history, Tabriz was captured by Turkey many times, and later the monarchs of the Safavid Empire first moved the capital to Kazvin near the Caspian Sea. Later, I still felt unsafe and finally went to Isfahan, which was more southeast, until the demise of the Safavid Empire. Now, because of Marin's suggestion, Ismail I suddenly found that moving the capital to Isfahan was indeed a good idea. At least, there was no need to worry about the Turkish army approaching the city. Therefore, Ismail I simply designated Isfahan as the deputy capital. And Tabriz is still the nominal capital, but only in name. Of course, this is good for the fleet sent by Marin. Because Isfahan is closer to the Persian Gulf. If it is changed to Tabriz, it will be close to the Caspian Sea. However, it is really far to land near Port Abbas and go to Isfahan by land. Fortunately, Persia is not short of horses. Without changing horses along the way, the team finally arrived in Isfahan. Then, the fleet leader Shah led the gunners and musketeers to the parade ground outside the city of Isfahan to demonstrate to Ismail I what volley artillery firing and three-stage musket firing are. When the volley artillery was fired, the ground shook. Even the war horses on the parade ground were frightened and agitated. But Ismail I was very excited. Yes, that's the feeling. My great Persia will also have enough cannons.